these people.
The next story is also crazy. Of course, we know that media is the media that is actually trying to report the truth and hold Israel to account is being targeted by the Hasbaras, by the Zionists, and they're trying to silence them and get them treated as terrorists in some cases. So, in that vein, there is a publication called the Palestine Chronicle run by Ramzi Baroud. They've become a target in the UK. This case is not justice. It's intimidation. It's not law. It's propaganda dressed in the robes of a courtroom. This is written by Ramzi Baroud. So this is the perspective of the outlet being targeted. Let me make this a little bigger so people can follow along. The Palestine Chronicle is not a militant organization. It is a modest, independent publication sustained by small donations and animated by a singular mission to bear witness. It tells the untold stories of Palestine, documenting dispossession, resistance, and the endurance of a people condemned to silence. In a media landscape dominated by powerful conglomerates repeating the language of governments, which is what we talked about from Asal Rod earlier, the Chronicle insists on a journalism of proximity, grounded in daily lives, in the rubble of Gaza, in voices otherwise erased. Its true offense in the eyes of detractors is not invention, but truth. At the heart of this endeavor stands Ramzi Baroud. His career is the antithesis of clandestine. For decades, he has written, taught, and spoken in public, producing books translated into multiple languages, contributing columns to international publications, and addressing audiences in universities and public forums across continents. He's not a shadowy figure. He's a man whose work has been consistent, transparent, and intellectually rigorous, even when you disagree with him. His life is not untouched by the tragedy he describes. Many members of his family were killed under Israeli bombardments. Yet, while mainstream media rushed to amplify unproven allegations against him, they remained deaf to his personal grief. His tragedy was ignored, his integrity overlooked, his voice distorted, because his engagement is unbearable for those who would prefer silence. He's an engaged journalist of the noblest sense, independent, lucid, unflinching. His so-called crime is not collusion with violence, but fidelity to memory. We covered that how many years ago? Is something we talk about all the time. That's why he's demonized, not for what he's done in law, but for what he represents in conscience. America, unable to silence Palestinian voices through censorship alone, now instrumentalizes its justice system to achieve by indictment what it failed to achieve by argument. Having harassed universities, intimidated students, and punished professors for their solidarity with Gaza, it now turns the courtroom into a new battlefield. And Congress, captive to the whims of its Zionist paymasters, not just masters, but paymasters, joins the manhunt, targeting a journalist for the sole offense of telling the truth about his people. As for the mainstream corporate press, it chooses cowardice, as it always does, ignoring his family's suffering, ignoring the emptiness of the charges, while echoing the accusations of power as if they were evidence. Twisted law into weapon? Yeah, that's what they're doing. The complaint filed against Ramzi Baroud and the organization, the People Media Project, that runs the Palestine Chronicle, rests on the Aliens Tort Statute, grotesquely overstretched to criminalize editorial decisions rather than acts of war. It alleges that by publishing articles from Abdallah al-Jamal, who's described by Israel as a Hamas operative killed during a hostage rescue, the Chronicle aided and abetted terrorism. But here lies the first fissure. The characterization of al-Jamal comes exclusively from Israeli military sources, themselves a belligerent party. Trust me, bro. It's never been independently verified. The claim that he was both a journalist and a Hamas operative remains an allegation, not an established fact. To treat it as judicial evidence is to replace proof with propaganda. It's, a selective convenience. Even if, hypothetically, al-Jamal had, at the demand of a militant group, harbored hostages, such a circumstance would not in itself render him culpable. What ordinary civilian in a war zone can refuse the command of militants under threat of force? And even if it occurred, how could Ramzi Baroud have known it? Even taken at face value, the allegation collapses upon scrutiny. No evidence demonstrates that the Chronicle or its editor had actual knowledge of al-Jamal's supposed operational role, even though it doesn't exist, nor that modest freelance payments, if any at all, bore any casual nexus to hostage-taking. They're just twisting this. The federal judge in February of 2025 dismissed the original complaint precisely for lack of proof or knowledge or intent. The plaintiffs returned with an amended filing, repackaged in rhetoric and pathos, but still devoid of the material elements required under international law. Actus reus, a substantial contribution to the crime, and mens rea, intent or knowledge. They don't have them. To equate the publication of articles with material support for terrorism is not jurisprudence, but a juridical contortion. It is the substitution of law by politics, the criminalization of journalism under the mask of counterterrorism. All right? Journalism is not a crime. What is sought isn't justice, but intimidation. To cast suspicion on every Palestinian voice, to brand their words as weapons, their witness as crime. They want to silence everyone that's speaking about Palestine. Thus, the legal emptiness is evidence. All right. And they give the jurisdiction was overstretched because the ATS was never intended to criminalize editorial contracts, that there were elements unmet, that there was no proven knowledge or intent, no substantial assistance at all. All right. That factual information was, he was literally just republishing what the guy was telling him. Factual information foundation was unstable. Again, the Hamas label rests on unverified allegations from one warring party that has complete stake in treating this person and calling them that, even though they don't have evidence and I haven't produced any. And then political aim is transparent, which is to silence Palestinians and punish one of their most articulate representatives for independence. This case is not justice, it's intimidation. It's not law, it's propagandists dressed in the robes of a courtroom. The allegation against Ramzi Baroud rests not on proof, but on the word of a belligerent army. An army that bombs, besieges, and murders, then dictates who's a journalist, who's a terrorist, who's fit to speak. To transform those claims into evidence is to surrender law itself to war. We just talked about that double tap thing. It's the same type of thing. Ramzi Baroud is not a conspirator. He's a journalist of record, a man of books, a teacher, a witness. His own family has been buried under rubble, and yet America hasn't mourned them, hasn't spoken of them. Instead, it chooses to hunt him, to turn his grief into accusation, his fidelity into crime. Some congressmen have joined this manhunt. Fuck them. Eager to please their Zionist patrons. Universities have been disciplined, their students silenced. The press, that great sentinel of truth, has abandoned him. Repeating only the charges while ignoring his suffering. This isn't democracy, it's servitude. The elements of law are absent. There is no actus reus, no mens rea, no casual link. There's only suspicion. All right. There's only the will to silence. And so the true purpose stands naked. To criminalize the Palestinian word, to punish a journalist for speaking the truth of Gaza, to make an example of him so that others will be afraid to write. But intimidation isn't justice. A trial without evidence isn't law. And silencing the witness won't erase the truth. All right. And then we've got more on here. That's Ramzi Baroud right there. All right. The guy who wrote this was Mohammed El Mokhtar Sidi Haiba, social political analyst. Okay. And he wrote this to Palestine Chronicle about Ramzi. The American justicial system has a choice to lend its authority to propaganda, which is what it's going to do, or to defend the very principle that sustains that law, that guilt must be proven and not declared. To condemn him would be to condemn journalism itself. To acquit him is to restore some dignity to justice. The choice is clear. And the choice of what they're choosing to do is also clear, as the Dissident has shown, that the Trump administration has now sanctioned Palestinian NGOs for documenting Israeli war crimes. So what do you think they're going to do to Ramzi Baroud?
Yep.
All right. Sanctions for exposing Israeli war crimes. That's what they're doing. All right. They're sanctioning Al-Haq, Al-Mizan Center for Human Rights, and the Palestinian Center for Human Rights as retaliation for their documentation of Israeli war crimes. I'm waiting for the Hind Rajam Foundation also to be targeted. All right. The Hind Rajam Foundation actually reports on Israeli soldiers in foreign countries to have them brought up on genocide charges so that they can't travel anywhere in the world. And they're not allowed to vacation. Not when you commit genocide. The sanctions announcement from Rubio states that the sanctions are placed because, quote, these entities have directly engaged in the efforts by the ICC to investigate, arrest, detain, or prosecute Israeli nationals without Israel's consent. Why do they need Israel's consent when they've committed war crimes? The announcement then goes on to blatantly admit that the U.S. and Israel are rogue states that don't adhere to international law, writing, this administration has been clear. The U.S. and Israel are not party to the Rome Statute. Therefore, we're not subject to the ICC's authority. We oppose the ICC's politicized agenda, which it isn't. They want to stop genocide, all right, and overreach and disregard for the sovereignty of the U.S. and that of our allies. Nonsense. The UN also has said the same thing. Francesca Albanese has said the same thing. Every organization has declared its genocide. Fuck Marco Narco Rubio. By the admission of Marco Rubio's own announcement, the Trump admin is sanctioning human rights organizations because they're collecting evidence of U.S.-backed Israeli war crimes, which the U.S. and Israel oppose because they're rogue states that refuse to adhere to the Rome Statute and international law. Make that sentence make sense. Because they're not part of it to begin with. So the latest sanctions are just the latest in a broader campaign by the Trump admin using sanctions to crack down on international organizations and figures for documenting Israeli war crimes. Again, Francesca Albanese, he put out a bombshell report showing all spheres of the American military-industrial complex, including Trump-connected companies like Palantir, were profiting off the genocide. The Trump admin placed sanctions on her. They're just going to sanction everybody in the end. So, fuck Israel for that. And fuck the United States government for that. Fuck Trump. Fuck Rubio. All right. In reality, her report had meticulously documented how American companies are directly complicit in Israeli war crimes, showing like that Lockheed Martin manufactured F-35s and F-16 fighter jets were integral to equipping Israel with the unprecedented aerial power to drop an estimated 85,000 tons of bombs, much of it unguided, to kill and injure more than 180,000 Palestinians. The Caterpillar supplied D9 bulldozers, documented as being used to carry out mass demolitions. Right? Palantir's AI providing automatic predictive policing technology, core defense infrastructure for rapid and scale-up construction and deployment of military software, and of course its AI platform, which allows real-time battlefield data integration for automated decision-making. You mean murdering? Yes. All right. The announcement from Rubio about the sanctions on Francesca Albanese again explicitly said it was retaliation for her working with the ICC on the war crimes probe against Israel, and openly stated that the U.S. and Israel do not adhere to international law. Insane. A bought and paid for administration. Again, this is from the Dissident, the 307.substack.com. These are his top donors while he was a senator. Trump also was bankrolled in large part by Israel lobbyists in 2024. We got Miriam Edelson, Paul Singer, etc., etc. Go check out the rest of this article. I'll drop the link in the description. But they're sanctioning organizations that are trying to support Palestinians, raise money for Palestinians, and they're sanctioning and trying to criminalize journalists and outlets that platform Palestinians. I'm guessing that the electronic intifada will be next, right behind Ramzi Baroud, because they definitely have, put journalists out there that Israel has later called Hamas. And therefore, the EI will then be charged with platforming Hamas. And anyone that interviews a Palestinian at some point will then be charged with being a terrorist as part of Hamas. It's crazy where this is going. And so we need to talk about it, because I don't see too many people talking about this or specifically focusing on this. They talk about it in a broader context of what's happening. But the way that individual organizations and people are being targeted, first they came for the socialists and the trade union, and the famous poem about then they came for me and there was no one left to stand for me. It kind of feels like they're trying to come for everybody, so there's no one left to stand for us. So that's why we have to stand for them. All right. So that's more fuck Israel, but all about the censorship that's been happening and trying to silence Ramzi Baroud, trying to silence the Palestinian NGOs in the United States. And hopefully that is going to stop, but I don't see it stopping anytime soon. My worry is they're going to try to deport him to somewhere like Uganda, but we'll see. In the meantime, we're not monetized on YouTube. If you're able to and have means, please help us out by tipping our network in one of several different ways. Cash App, $ Indie News Network, ko-fi.com/Indie News Network. You got paypal.me/Indie News Network. You got IndieNewsNow.com, IndieNewsNow.com. I stumbled there. INNnewsletter.com. We're going to be live in a half an hour there for boats smashing into other boats or so, probably 12:15. And then IndieMediaToday.com, where we are, again, live right now over on Substack. Support independent media, because we need it more than ever. I love you all, and see you soon, everyone. Have a good night.
Mwah. Ciao, baby.
We are out of here.
No! We just fucking lost the stream!
I think I liked it better being blind, when I couldn't read between the lines, and when I couldn't see the cracks in the structure that lay bare before me the whole time. I think I liked it better back when I suspended disbelief and swallowed pride. I thought I knew the difference in the red from the blue, but they both bleed us so dry. They both bleed us so dry.
My favorite songs don't hit the same way. I get to the end of a 4-minute track and I'm only looking back thinking, what did they actually say?
I guess this isn't such an awful place. Is that what you want me to say? You prove it's possible to sleep for days, and I still think you're right here awake. The cost of living isn't much to make, but God, it's so hard to say. And when they told you everything was safe, were you safe?
for these people.
Asal Rod, professor, one of my favorite speakers, and she's been correcting all the headlines, which is amazing. Western media will always give Israel the benefit of propaganda. Talking about genocide, obviously, for nearly 2 years, Western media has normalized Israeli war crimes and dehumanized Palestinians amid Gaza's ongoing genocide. They've been complicit, whitewashing, and we've talked about this at length, but I just think she puts it beautifully.
Oh, right. God. That fucking
look at
photo is brutal.
Blood on the phone, looking at the journalist
on the fucking phone.
On a lock screen. Yep. All right. Language isn't neutral. It shapes the way we perceive global events with profound implications for public opinion. In the context of the Gaza genocide, the discourse deployed by Western media is far from objective. Do you denounce Hamas? What is it? What do you say, Pierce Morgan? How about do you denounce Israel? It often contributes to the dehumanization of Palestinians while reinforcing pro-Israel narratives. This bias isn't just about what is reported, it's about what isn't, but also about how the story is told. Israel's recent bombing of Nasser Hospital provides a striking illustration of how media coverage can normalize war crimes. Now, if you don't know what happened, she's going to describe it, but Reef and Colin covered this on INN News. This was the double tap. So they bombed the hospital, and then they waited and sent more bombs to kill the rescue workers and the journalists that covered the bombing. For nearly 2 years, we've witnessed a clear pattern of mainstream media coverage on Gaza. Israeli actions are often described using terms like self-defense or targeting Hamas, framing them as justified, and Israeli officials are treated as legitimate sources for the facts regarding all events. On the other hand, Palestinian sources like journalists, witnesses, and doctors are often doubted, and the historical context of their systematic oppression under Israeli occupation is often absent from the reporting. Like it all happened in a vacuum. This linguistic imbalance shapes how the issue of Palestinian liberation is even understood, positioning Israel as the victim and Palestinians as aggressors, regardless of the power disparity between the two. And wealth disparity, by the way. So this describes Israel as the cry-bullying victim. For decades, Western media has perpetuated this skewed narrative and consistently minimized Palestinian suffering while amplifying Israeli victimhood. A January 2024 report from The Intercept offered evidence of the systematic bias in major Western outlets, such as New York Times, Washington Post, LA Times.
Fuck The Intercept.
Fuck The Intercept, too. The quantitative
and
analysis.
Also fuck them. Fuck all those fucking news.
Right. All of them. The quantitative analysis revealed that emotive words like slaughter or massacre were almost exclusively used to describe Israeli civilian deaths, while adopting more neutral terms for Palestinian civilian deaths. This imbalance isn't an accident. It's a deliberate effort by the media to distort the reality of the conflict and shape public perception to diminish the scale of Israel's violence against Palestinians. The corporate media's coverage in the aftermath of Israel's most recent horrific attack on Nasser Hospital provides another egregious example of this calculated bias. The attack, reminder, which killed at least 20 people, including journalists and rescue workers, was part of a broader pattern of Israeli assaults on Gaza's healthcare infrastructure. Also something that we have been talking about at length for 2 years. We've been bringing stories of them targeting healthcare workers, targeting ambulances, targeting hospitals, kidnapping Dr. Hussam Abu Safiya in December. And free that guy now. All right. Despite overwhelming evidence, Western media outlets initially prioritized official Israeli statements that tried to soften public outrage by calling the bombing a mistake, running headlines that framed the incident as a tragic mishap. This form of reporting, which downplays Israeli crimes and legitimizes its violence, is not new. However, what made the hospital bombing particularly notable was the release of the footage showing that it was hit in a double tap attack, clearly targeting the rescue workers in broad daylight who were responding to the initial strike. And of course, there's no accountability. As footage of Israel's direct strike on rescue workers spread across social media, fueling public outcry, it was evident that this was not an isolated incident, all right, we know that, but a deliberate targeting of journalists and medical personnel. Another one. Instead of condemning the attack as an obvious war crime, Western media echoed Israeli claims. Again. When Israel later stated that the hospital was targeted due to a Hamas camera, and they really published that in fucking Reuters, Hamas camera being present.
This is the fucking dumbest shit.
A claim so outlandish it's almost laughable. The media unquestionably reported this absurdity as a justification for the attack. And thanks to Reuters, it was disseminated to every major outlet in the world. By accepting and reporting Israel's explanation, the media helped reinforce the narrative that bombing hospitals was somehow acceptable in the context of targeting Hamas or a so-called Hamas camera. This failure to challenge Israeli claims is emblematic of how Western media regularly parrots official accounts, even when they defy basic morality and logic. Just like we talked about in the last story with Arturo. Go ahead.
They sent 3 fucking missiles. You need 3 missiles to kill a camera? Like, no. Like, we're not buying this fucking bullshit anymore. We're done. Fuck that shit.
Here we go again. We're dropping frames. We're dropping frames, and hopefully we won't lose the stream again. God damn it. Well, so much for that idea. Oh boy, this is fun. Okay. So it wasn't until after the initial wave of coverage, which sought to then absolve Israel of yet another war crime, that some outlets began to report the truth. All right. An investigation by the New York Times contradicted Israel's account and rationale for the attack. Later coverage from the British bullshit company and, cunty news network revealed that Israel had attacked Nasser Hospital more than the 2 initial strikes originally reported. As Reef just said, it was actually 3 strikes. Though the later reports refuted Israel's explanation, they still didn't employ the language of war crimes, and the damage had already been done. That's the idea, is to report the wrong thing first, so the perception is out there, and then correct it on page 17 later on. Indeed, after flooding the airwaves in the wake of the attacks with Israel's ridiculous explanations, Israeli talking points had already become entrenched in the public discourse. That's the idea. That's their game, is to get people believing the nonsense and then be like, yeah, but that's not really true and blah, 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 and then retract it. But already, again, what's the story that a lie can make its way around the world before the truth has a chance to put its pants on? Ayuba Ahmad on Substack. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for all you do, man. Really, I appreciate you. Even Reuters, which had its own reporter killed in this attack, not just this attack.
I know.
Lebanon. Reuters failed to acknowledge the deliberate nature of the Israeli strikes. Instead, their headlines again repeated Israeli statements asserting that journalists were not the intended targets. This despite overwhelming evidence that Israel has consistently targeted and killed their Palestinian colleagues and employees in Gaza, resulting in a staggering number of casualties among the press alone. And their families, by the way. So now she's talking here about propaganda over truth. This again is Asal Rod, Professor Asal Rod, for writing for the New Arab. She's great. The media's initial reporting and subsequent failure to hold Israel truly accountable highlights a disturbing trend in which Western outlets choose Israeli propaganda over the truth, often downplaying and normalizing blatant violations of international law. As such, the media allows the continued dehumanization of Palestinians and the normalization of Israel's atrocities, even genocide, and ethnic cleansing, and baby murder, and starvation, forced starvation, and drought. The Nasser hospital bombing is not an aberration. It's part of a larger pattern of Israeli aggression against Gaza's civilian infrastructure, including hospitals, homes, and schools. And now they're doing the same thing in Lebanon. And they're doing the same thing in southern Syria, too. These attacks are plainly war crimes under international law. We've been calling that every week. Yet, Western media's refusal to hold Israel accountable or to even call their actions by their appropriate name is symptomatic of a deeper problem of how Israel's oppression of Palestinians has been understood in the Western world. Again, a lot of it is who owns the fucking outlets? Who's hiring the reporters and the editors? And who are they loyal to? And who are they being influenced by? Look at what just happened with David Ellison. We're going to talk about that later on tonight at Skydance, now looking to buy the Free Press and put Barry Weiss in charge of CBS News potentially. If maybe even all of CBS, who knows? But rather than immediately challenging Israel's account of the Nasser hospital bombing and contextualizing it within the larger story of the Gaza genocide, legacy media repeated Israeli talking points, again helping to normalize the attack as regrettable but inevitable part of war, not a one-sided massacre. When was the last time you even heard about any rockets or any return fire coming out of Gaza anywhere? And how is this a battle again? Yeah. This ongoing bias in Western media coverage of Gaza is not only about misreporting, it's also about complicity. We're going to talk about complicity later on tonight when we get to Matt Taibbi and shitting all over him. When the media acts as stenographers for genocidal states instead of defenders of truth, they become enablers of that very violence. Well, they also are funding and providing air support and spy flight support and military support and operational support and intelligence support. So yes, they certainly are enablers of that very violence, not just the media, because the media acts as a propaganda arm of the U.S. government and the Israeli government. By normalizing war crimes, Western media is culpable for them. I believe that there were media that were indicted and hanged at Nuremberg. And I believe that people like Piers Morgan, if we do have a Nuremberg-style hearing at some point, the media like David Muir and all the lead anchors for all the major networks that spouted this stuff unquestioningly all need to go in front of that tribunal. And they're having one, by the way, right now called the Gaza Tribunal. I believe Jeremy Corbyn and all the people that do these tribunals, there were several of them about Julian Assange, I remember. They had tribunals. All right. But that's just the first fuck Israel story. We've got plenty of them tonight. A few of them, not too many, because we're going to get to boats later on tonight.
I sent you one in your DM, too. I don't know if you have that or not.
I don't know, but this one, Israel is besieging Gaza City from 3 directions, pushing the nearly 1 million Palestinians still left, currently sheltering there, towards southern Gaza. Still, they're saying, oh yeah, Gaza's population, how is it a genocide if they're increasing? There's only 1 million people left right now, according to this.
Yeah.
Each military advance flattens homes and infrastructure in its path, threatening the erasure of millennia-old Gaza City. Well, we got that happened, and displacing the people sheltering there. Most of the areas in southern Gaza which the military have allocated for relocation, are within no-go zones or in areas unsuitable for habitation. That's where they want people to live, 1 million people, in like these little tiny patches of land, these little areas. They're out of their fucking minds.
Yeah.
But that's not even really what they want. They want to kill them all and take all of the... Look at all that orange.
Well, and look at...
Go ahead.
If you notice, there isn't any fucking green ones in the north, is there?
Nope.
Like, continually push them further south.
Anything north of the Netzarim corridor is now deemed a no-go zone. And they've already destroyed all of this area, as is their plan. And this is where they're shoving everybody who's left. And again, their plan is to push them right into the Mediterranean, or to get some country to eventually take whoever's left. But of course, the big
Even
issue...
though they have a fucking no-go zone right in front of Egypt, so they're not going that way.
The big issue, again, with anybody taking whoever's left is A, it's their fucking land and they are never going to leave it, nor should they have to. But B, if they do accept it, that means that they're accepting Israel removing them from the land and stealing all of it for themselves. Nobody's going to do that. They're going to have to murder everybody there if they want to take that land, and then live with that and know throughout history that that's what they had to do in order to do it, and then be conquered at some point because they had to do that, because that's how history's always worked. It's just a matter of when. You know, at some point, we are not going to be the big bad swinging dick to defend them with a military that's so big that anybody else in the world is afraid to challenge it. And it may be 10 years, it may be 20 years. I'm hoping it's a lot sooner than that, but we have no idea. Again, our military is preparing for China 2027. We reported on that a year ago. We covered that 1 year ago. So they're, again, pushing them further and further into a smaller area. Israeli troops are advancing toward Gaza City from 3 directions. Jabalia in the north, Shujaya in the east, and most recently, the Netzarim corridor in the south. Right? This leaves Palestinians with only one place to go: toward the coast, along the Al-Rashid Road, and into southern Gaza, like we saw here, right here. They're pushing them out of Gaza City, and they're literally just dropping bombs all over them. Okay, let's see. Yeah, that's the one that you sent me. Oh, the leaflets. Yeah, I couldn't believe this one. They're dropping leaflets over Gaza City, warning people to get out. And they're like, where are we supposed to fucking go? That's literally...
Look at that.
And they're like,
it's like what we did before fucking Nagasaki.
That's humane. I believe I actually responded to this and be like, you know, these monsters, where are they supposed to go? You know, dropping leaflets. Yeah. Look at first of all, the buildings are all bombed out and they can barely live in them anyway. They're practically uninhabitable. Right. And we just saw the map, right? Like, they're here. Where are they supposed to go when they start dropping bombs? Well, they want them all to go here. And then they're probably going to drop a bomb on that too. That would be my guess, is their plan.
Yeah, I mean, it's just continued fucking fish in a barrel. You just got to make the barrel smaller.
All right. Now, the other thing I wanted to bring before we read the article about what they're doing is this flotilla thing, because they have sent a massive flotilla to try to deliver aid and to break the blockade that Israel's been pushing. This is a surfboard.
It's looking at us right now. How's it going?
Equipped with saddle. This is the Israelis spying on the flotilla.
What is going on? Is this thing driving itself?
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Like a surfboard with Starlink and cameras on it in the middle of the ocean. Look at this thing.
At Black Tip?
It's got camera. It's got a FLIR on it. Dude, this is the craziest thing ever. Look, we've just found a thermal camera and a Starlink on a paddleboard, like some spy software. It's
not like
it's got a propeller.
It is, and I
I
guarantee
can see it
you, there's a
moving.
drone operator somewhere.
There's more of them? What?
Yep. That's how they're literally tracking this flotilla. It's it's fucking crazy, man. It's absolutely insane. Where's the thing I sent you earlier? This one. Yeah, that's the one I wanted to play. Greg Stoker. He's actually on the boat. All right. And he sums up exactly what's happening really well.
Last minute to attach a veterans boat to the global Samud flotilla is because we know firsthand that as we witness the final assault upon Gaza City, which is sheltering hundreds of thousands of civilians, half of whom are children, this begins and ends with the United States empire. We also know that Israel is not conducting a military operation in Gaza City. It has no timeline, no operational parameters, no cohesive battlefield plan beyond saturation bombing every last high rise in the area. The unachievable goal of recovering their hostages, prisoners of war actually, since they're all military personnel, through military action, and the impossible strategic goals of defeating resistance forces in the field and reestablishing military deterrence across West Asia. None of those are going to happen. This is a land grab. This is ethnic cleansing and genocide in service to the capital interests of the U.S. empire and the transnational ruling elite. This is what they have decided is normal. Real estate opportunity of the Gaza Riviera, the untapped natural gas that lies in the Gaza Marine Basin, the possibility of a new waterway from the port of Eilat to northern Gaza to rival the Suez Canal. All of this, for them, the Palestinians are in the way, and there is no possibility of moving ahead with these plans until they are all removed or annihilated, as it's the only way to be sure that all resistance is snuffed out. They're just playing for time. Genocides take a long time to effectuate. Starvation and disease can take years, as there's never enough soldiers and never enough bombs to kill millions of people directly. And the brutal arithmetic of this genocidal war, it's bad resource allocation and it's bad for morale. You know, the SS Einsatzgruppen had the same problem in Poland in the 40s. Therefore, we are watching in horror the slow process of famine, sickness, and constant displacement under the guise of evacuation orders. This is the modern day Trail of Tears. So remember, Americans and citizens of Europe, the same elites that are supporting this foreign policy in Palestine, built entirely on a combination of messianic ideology and capital accumulation, are the same people that push for the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, and are the same people crafting domestic policy in your own homelands. Whatever they're willing to do to Palestinians, they'll do to you. So no one is safe until this is made to stop. No one is going to be free until Palestine is free. That's just the beginning, okay? Because a better world is possible, and we're already building it. So as the Samud flotilla is assailed in international waters, trying to establish a humanitarian corridor to Gaza amidst the siege of Gaza City, you need to decide what y'all are going to do on the home front to try to bring this insanity to an end. So think about it. Got about 2 weeks to free Palestine. The reason we scrambled so hard last minute.
That's a good damn video, man. He nailed a ton of talking points in a very short amount of time, which is why I felt it was important to bring it. He talked about the Ben Gurion Canal. He talked about the gas that's under Gaza. He talked about a lot of the stuff, you know, half of them being children. And he's at least trying to do something. Again, we've talked about flotillas and that they're performative in nature. You know, what else do you do at this point? So I guess, you know, performative is better than standing around, but, you know, stopping the weapons manufacturers and BDS is also effective. You know, big time. Make sure that you vote with your wallet, that you make sure that the companies that you're soliciting and the goods that you're buying are not supporting genocide. And there's a big list. So that's one way you can do that. So he talked about what's happening in Gaza City. I brought this Monoweiss article. Airstrikes, explosive vehicles, and bulldozers cause insane destruction in Gaza City, eyewitnesses and civil defense say. Indie Media Award honoree Mondo Weiss. Greg is writing for Indie Media Award honoree Mint Press, by the way, or doing podcasts for them. He says this is Tariq Hajjaj. The Israeli army is using airstrikes, rigged explosive APCs, and bulldozing operations to level neighborhoods and displacement centers in Gaza City. Eyewitnesses and local officials say it's to cause mass flight and prevent residents from returning because it'll give them nothing to return to. All right, and that's the destruction of the Al-Falah school in Gaza City's Zaytun neighborhood. That was a school. Fucking horrible.
Yep.
Ahead of its full-scale invasion, a planned full-scale invasion of Gaza City, the Israeli army is causing widespread destruction in the Strip's largest urban center, forcing residents to evacuate ahead of its publicly declared start date, October 7th. How convenient. Recent reports from eyewitnesses and civil defense show that the Israeli army has been using retrofitted armored personnel carriers, or APCs, that are sent into dense population centers, including neighborhoods and displacement centers, before they are remotely detonated. How nice. The attacks continue alongside an extensive bulldozing operation in the city and constant aerial bombardment. Between August 12th and August 18th, the Israeli army destroyed over 400 buildings in the Zaytun neighborhood and launched a limited ground incursion at its edges. The army also launched a similar operation in the Sabra neighborhood west of Gaza City. Civil defense spokesperson Mahmoud Basal told Mondo Weiss that the Israeli army destroyed over 1,500 buildings in Gaza City in aerial strikes alone since August 6th, largely in Zaytun and Sabra. 1,500 buildings. Anybody live in those buildings? Notice they never mention people. Basal explained that the civil defense continues to receive calls from trapped civilians in the two neighborhoods, but that there's no way to reach them due to heavy shelling and bombardment. How about stopping the fucking shelling and bombardment, assholes? We're afraid that the Israeli invasion will get even deeper into Gaza City and that civil defense crews will be unable to reach the places they bomb. I can't imagine why. Nowhere in Gaza is safe, whether north or south. Bombs chase residents from their homes, from their displacement centers, and even from their tents, literally leaving them nowhere to go 24/7, running from bombs all day, every day, for 2 fucking years. Imagine that were you. How you would handle this. Watching everybody around you killed one by one with these fucking starvation centers run by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. That's really just a fucking Merc group that's run by Eric Prince. Abdul Wahab Ismail, resident of the Saftawi area in northwestern Gaza, evacuated his neighborhood on Tuesday after several buildings on his street were detonated by what he described as explosive robots. That's the APCs. Quote, the Israeli army sends the robots near our homes, which they park there to terrorize us. Okay, the army doesn't detonate them right away, waiting for fear to push us to flee. When people don't leave, the army detonates the robots, regardless of whether there's civilians in the area. They just don't give a shit. Because nobody's holding them accountable for their war crimes. The robots, quote unquote, described by Ismail are likely the Israeli army's outdated M113 APC models, which have been retrofitted with explosives and remotely detonated near buildings throughout it's not a war, it's a massacre. Ishmael told Mondo Weiss that neither he nor his family had time to take anything from their home due to fears that the APC near them would be detonated. So he says before now, the army used to blow up 1 or 2 buildings with the robots. Now they destroy dozens of buildings at once. Robots and warplanes working together to destroy every place in Gaza City. Ismail said that he and his family won't leave. They can't afford transportation to move south and get a tent there, and they can't move on foot either. We arrived here in the west of Gaza with nothing. We're on the street. we'll try to find something to cover our heads with, but we're staying in Gaza City. And we know what that's going to mean. They're going to eventually be killed, unfortunately, because nobody's going to stop this. In lieu of a full-scale invasion, the Israeli army is using its combination of airstrikes, rigged APCs, limited incursions, and bulldozing operations to compel residents to flee ahead of the planned ground invasion. Flee where, assholes? Flee where? To another fucking camp? Basal said the army has been carrying out the wide-scale bulldozing buildings in Gaza City, clearing and flattening entire neighborhoods in a manner similar to other neighborhoods in Gaza City and other parts of Gaza. And there's links to show where that's happened. It's a large-scale bulldozing operation that's leveling the Zaytun and Sabra neighborhoods, because this is making way for them to start building almost immediately. The army uses bulldozers run and owned by private Israeli contractors. Again, the private contractors are the ones that are getting these contracts to do that, follow up, level the buildings, make sure the ground is clear, so Trump and Kushner and their investors can start sending in building materials and dump trucks to clear out the rubble. Because they've already sold that land, or started to. But Basal clarified that the explosive APCs are now taking center stage at this point in the Gaza City operation, describing the remote-controlled vehicles as death robots. Are you ready for this to come to our town? Because it's probably going to at some point.
Mm-hmm. Already here.
Death robots? No. Exploding APCs in U.S. cities? We don't have that yet.
The APCs are there, though.
Not the ones that explode and take out buildings and people.
Remote armored person. I mean, just put some C4 on one, which is what happened here.
As of August 6th, the Israeli army has sent up to 5 robots to different areas inside Gaza City every single day, especially in the Al Zaytun and Al Saftawi areas. All right, asserting that the APC's blast radius is 100 meters and destroys or severely damages anything within that distance. He confirmed that the Israeli army has not yet fully advanced into the city, but has used remote vehicles to level buildings and intimidate residents into mass flight. Oh, thanks for that. Yes, they Jesus. Basal said this goal is apparent
just another war crime.
Given one of the APC's targets, civilian displacement centers. According to Basal, the APCs have been used to destroy every displacement center in the Al Zaytun neighborhood to prevent people from staying in the area. Basal described the destruction as unprecedented. Yes, when they destroy 80 or 100% of an area, that certainly is unprecedented. The destruction operations in Al Zaytun suggest something insane and unimaginable, he said. Complete areas were erased and bulldozed. All the schools in the area were destroyed. Not a single school has been left standing in Al Zaytun. It's a clear plan to annihilate the entire area. Over 80% of it has already been destroyed. We're talking again about over 1,500 buildings destroyed by aerial bombardment alone. That's before you get in there with the robots. The buildings destroyed by robots are not included. This is destruction like the Beit Hanun area. Gaza residents are reluctant to flee under bombardment. Of course they are, because while the Israeli army has continued to drop leaflets and call Gaza residents by phone, would you ever answer your phone with a 972 area code? I know I wouldn't.
No.
Right? Promising that humanitarian areas are being prepared for evacuees in the south. That reminds me like Mars attacks. Like, we come in peace, we come in peace. As they're fucking shooting at them. Israeli Army Arabic spokesperson, I don't give a fuck what his name is, posted a warning to the residents of Gaza City ahead of stage 2 of the operation. Quote, evacuating Gaza City is inevitable. They're the Borg. Every family moving south
Resistance is futile.
That's right. Will receive the maximum humanitarian aid currently being prepared, which is nothing. Now, $5,000. You know, Trump is saying $5,000 for everything you own, for everything that you've ever known, for all the land, your entire family, your memories, everything. $5,000. Take it or die, and die. The spokesperson said that the Israeli army was setting up tents and preparing areas for distribution of humanitarian aid, the construction of water pipelines, and other infrastructure. You mean the ones that they already had and that Israel already destroyed?
Right.
But so far, most people
and
evacuating the city.
Plants and fucking
all the streets and the ambulances and the power plants and the generators. Most people evacuating the city do so only when the bombing reaches them due to the lack of other options, residents are reporting. The residents of Al Zaytun are almost 80,000, Basal said. Only about 20,000 remain in place. The rest had to leave when the bombing reached them if they weren't killed, but all of them left for other parts of Gaza City, mostly to the west, not to the south. One person in 1,000 decides to follow Israeli army orders, he said, clarifying that most people have no funds to hire transportation, which costs over $300, while a tent costs over $1,000. We could walk into a fucking Walmart and buy one for $25. $1,000 for somebody in Gaza because they have nowhere else to go, and that's how scarce they are. That's how valuable anything to shelter them that isn't a destroyed building is. People have also already tried what displacement was like in the south. They know there's no safety there. The Israeli army burns people alive inside their tents. And we've covered that on more than one occasion too. Fuck Israel for all of those things.
Yep.
Again, this is not a war. It's a massacre. There is nobody fighting back at this point. There are like 10 quote-unquote hostages left, which Israel has clearly said they don't care about, and multiple times while they're bombing knows that they could potentially be murdering those hostages. They don't care. It's not about the hostages.
Yeah.
The hostages' families have charged Israel with not caring about the hostages and using them as a prop and the justification for continuing to do what they do, which is massacring everybody in the area so they can steal the land. Now, we're getting a little long, so I'm not going to cover this whole thing. I'm just going to show you the headline because holy shit. Another Mondo Weiss headline. This one from September 4th by Hussam Muadi. The new Israeli map proposing to annex 80% of the West Bank explained. Israeli finance manager Bezalel Smotrich released a map proposing to annex over 80% of the West Bank. He's not far off from the rest of the Israeli political establishment. Even the pragmatic opposition wants to take most of the land. They want to push people into these 6 yellow zones, sorry. Where's the map? Here it is.
Yeah.
That's where they want everybody. That's where they have now.
The map.
They want them in those tiny little spots. And settlers are going to live all around them, by the way. Get the fuck out of here.
Yep.
So, getting back to the article here. All right, he presented a map showing all of West Bank as a part of Israel, including Bethlehem, the Jordan Valley, and the entire Palestinian countryside, while only 6 Palestinian cities, Jenin, Tulkarem, Nablus, Jericho, Ramallah, and Hebron, were marked as isolated ghettos. Smotrich said that if the Palestinian Authority opposes his plan, Israel would uproot it like it did with Hamas. So they'll just take it all. Smotrich also called on Netanyahu to implement his proposal if he wished to enter history as a great leader. These fucking ghouls. War crimes. The Hague is not good enough for these people. Well, Saying fuck
Yep.
Israel, covering stories like that are certainly not going to get our channel remonetized by YouTube. We have been demonetized since just after October 7th for putting up a video that told people that what Hamas is doing is resistance, and when a people are occupied, resistance is justified. Apparently, that's not okay with YouTube. Thank you to Descent in Bloom and to Sean the Accord Lord already for tonight. They've already contributed using Cash App and PayPal. The other ways to do that, again, are a Cash App $ Indie News Network. We've got ko-fi.com/Indie News Network. PayPal.me/Indie News Network. That's what Sean did. Then we've got the websites at IndieNewsNow.com. We're live there now, and there's a ton of different news that you can catch up with, all from independent sources, and at the Substacks at INNewsletter.com, and as well as at IndieMediaToday.com, where we're actually live right now also. Welcome and hello to everyone watching on Substack. Thank you so much for doing that. Support independent media because we need it more than ever. I love you all, and see you soon, everyone. Have a good night.
Mwah. Ciao, baby.
We go party.
No! We just fucking lost the stream!
I think I liked it better being blind, when I couldn't read between the lines, and when I couldn't see the cracks in the structure that lay bare before me the whole time. I think I liked it better back when I suspended disbelief and swallowed pride. I thought I knew the difference in the red from the blue, but they both bleed us so dry. They both bleed us so dry. My favorite songs don't hit the same way. I get to the end of a 4-minute track and I'm only looking back thinking, what did they actually say?
I guess this isn't such an awful place. Is that what you want me to say? You prove it's possible to sleep for days, and I still think you're right here awake. The cost of living isn't much to make, but God, it's so hard to say. And when they told you everything was safe, were you safe? Were you safe?
Who are these people?
Yeah. Fuck Israel. Yes, that's our Fuck Israel segment. All right. So, what is going on here? Well, this is American veteran Josephine Gilbo. Sorry for butchering that. Because now I'm going to have a little something to say after this, but let's listen to what she has to say. It's 1:07.
We have technology.
No, I did it. I was just delayed. Go ahead.
We have technology that we can see exactly who's in these locations and buildings. So they're targeting and bombing homes, knowing who and how many children were actually inside. My name is Josephine Gilbo. I'm a 17-year Army veteran. I recently got out of the military last year. Having that background as an intelligence officer and understanding what defense actually is, I can see clearly that this is not self-defense. The civilian casualties is catastrophic. They're targeting homes filled with children. The elite that sit in Capitol Hill sit there and lie over and over and over. I just want to highlight one of the biggest awakenings that I think I've had the last few weeks coming here and lobbying with the senators and the congressmen is just how corrupt our government is, and that anyone that's in the military is simply just one chess piece that they use at their leisure for their own internal gain to protect their own internal assets and money.
Powerful.
You think I've seen that before? That was a while ago.
Was it?
I've seen this person before say this exact thing.
Because it was like a week or so ago that I saw this video.
Yeah, they may be done it again.
We have technology that we can see.
Didn't she testify alongside Anthony?
I thought I saw the Aaron Bushnell thing, but maybe. I could be wrong.
Maybe. So at least acknowledging that, again, they know exactly who's in the buildings. They know how many children. They know that people like Tom Cotton and Brian Mast and the people that walk stone-faced through the halls of Congress as they're challenged by activists and people ask them questions and they gaslight, say, there's no genocide. They're not being starved. They're not bombing kids. What do you mean? They sit there and lie over and over. Now, she's still wearing the uniform of the U.S. military, I notice. Has she left the military? Okay, and here's the other thing.
I mean, she may have, but I mean, you can keep that when you leave.
She got kicked out for protesting with Anthony Aguilar. That's what happened. All right?
Yeah.
So at least she's coming out as somebody who's been on the inside to say, this is as corrupt as it gets, and I can't support this. So don't listen to me. Listen to somebody who literally dedicated themselves to serving this country and volunteered to do this shit and realized exactly what the hell this is and what this is all for. So credit to her. But also, sorry that she got brainwashed or put in a situation where she would have volunteered to sign up for this monstrosity, not knowing what the U.S. military is right now, that it's basically a big defense contractor. All right. So that's our first Fuck Israel segment, because, of course, that's Israel that's doing that. All right. The next one came from Unicorn Riot, and this was on Friday. All right. I found this on Blue Cry. All right. unicornriot.bsky.social, because they're on Blue Sky. They're also on X in Twitter. But I was looking at Blue Sky because Twitter was just showing me horrible shit a lot. Even when I was searching for stuff, I found that it wasn't giving me really good sources. So I went looking here and I found a few here. Because the sources that I trust are actually here, like Unicorn Riot. Israel bombs residential towers as it unleashes, quote, gates of hell, unquote, on Gaza City. Israeli Prime Minister war criminal Netanyahu threatened Gaza City's nearly 1.3 million residents to leave the city or face death as Israel unleashes explosive-laden robots and its forces level residential towers. Now, we talked about the robots last week, and we read an article. Now, watch what happens to this building. That's people walking down the street. All of a sudden, boom! Look at everybody running.
Yep.
And boom, tower gone.
I mean, this is with weapons that could take out entire military bases used on residential fucking homes.
This was last weekend.
For what reason? Was there a Hamas camera there too? Fucking
look at the aftermath.
Cunts.
Look at the aftermath of this. Because we're taking the land, we're going to destroy everything there. and we're going to rebuild exactly what we want to build, and there's nothing you can fucking do about it, is what they're saying. Fuck Israel. I know what your question is. What do you say when fuck Israel isn't enough? Because I don't know what you say to something like that, where they're just destroying the possibility for anything to exist and then pushing anyone that might be left out to the south, which we saw last week also. So, for a little bit of levity, I brought the Tuttles. All right? You can't just bomb hospitals. Hospitals are Hamas. At least let food and medical supplies in. UNRWA is Hamas. The journalists are going to show this to the world. Journalists are Hamas. You can't call everything Hamas. You're Hamas.
I remember watching that, dude.
Oh, dude, that is the GIF. That is
pretty
the
crazy.
That is the meme that keeps on giving right there. All right, Paul and Paul Sr. And half the people don't even know. They never saw an episode of American Chopper. They have no idea why these people are, or that it's father and son, or have any idea why they're throwing shit.
Or that it's over some stupid fucking
motorcycle.
Like it's over
thing.
Something not even consequential, right? Like
Of
it's
course.
like, no, I wanted to paint it red. Like, you know, fucking stupid.
We are all Hamas, okay? So, I don't even know if I should show this, but it's. Did you see that kid crying outside the hospital after they blew it up, looking at his father's head blown open and his mother lying dead? That's a sentence that Israel caused people to write. Sorry, and the US and UK too. All right? You can look at wherever and get upset or whatever it is, but what I'm about to show is not because of Hamas. Because Hamas did not do this. Assuming that this kid survives this genocide, which they're assuming that they won't. Well, Israel is assuming. What do you think he's going to become? Some peace activist chanting about coexistence and humanity? All right. If you are triggered by this, I would advise you turn away. I'm gonna show this picture right now. So 3, 2, 1. There he is. There she is. How dare you? You motherfuckers. All right. Just awful.
I wouldn't scroll too far on that because we all know
I'm not scrolling down for
fucking awful comments.
So fuck Israel for that. That's his mother. And the father was sitting on a chair with literally half his head blown off. I'm not showing that one. You can see it if you look for it. But awful. And fuck Israel for that. So, speaking of fuck Israel, all right, I decided that I've had enough. I've seen enough. I've talked about it. I've covered a lot of people's articles on this, but I haven't really written about this myself and given it and I've talked about it here. I talked about it during my origin story. I talk about it and I scream about it all day on Twitter, but I haven't really written an article about this. So it's kind of funny because it was on September 10th that I sat down at around noon and started writing this. And about 3/4 of the way through, I found out, just like everybody else did, that I saw the video on Twitter of a big right-wing influencer getting shot through the neck, maybe, allegedly, I don't know. Where, there's 100 different conspiracy theories already about what is going on there and what happened there. I don't know. That's not what this piece is about, because this was already basically written beforehand. I had an idea and a thought on, what was it, Wednesday night, and it was like, how do we properly punish Israel for all that they've done? And the people of Israel as well, for standing by, and most of them at least, encouraging this and not fighting against it to as far as they could to their government. And what I came up with was, how do we not make them a country anymore? Is strip their sovereignty. How do we, in the community of nations, no longer acknowledge or recognize that that place is an actual official country? And that was kind of, how do I back my way into that? Because we all say that Israel must no longer exist, but how? How do you make that happen? So I started writing this, and then it expanded and expanded a little bit more and expanded. I didn't want to make it too long because I want to be able to get through it. I want people to be able to get through it. And I plan on writing more articles that involve this stuff. But I'm going to do a read through here. I may stop a couple times. If you want to interrupt me, feel free, because I know you had quite a bit to say about this too. But my article is that the Greater Israel Project must never be permitted. All right, by eliminating Israel's right to exist as a sovereign country, and that Israel has a right to exist argument disappears. No, it absolutely doesn't. So now what do you got to say? Vote to strip Israel's sovereignty and no longer recognize it as a country in the United Nations, which is probably the worst way to do it, except that it was created by a UN vote. So how better to take it away than to have the body and entity that first created it remove it? Now, I don't even know if that's possible, and I know that the U.S. and Israel are members that would probably block it anyway, but it's a good thought. And then come the Nuremberg 2.0 trials. All right? So I start out by admitting, and not admitting, but letting everyone know right up front that I am Jewish and that I was raised in the U.S. as a conservative Jew to believe in Israel. Now, I will have to at some point go into the difference between Jewish sects from how at least I was raised to understand them. The Reformed Jews are Jewish like the rapscallion. Right. The Reformed Jews, they're like Jewish light in a way. They're a lot more accepting. They're mostly English in their ceremonies, and they don't do very much Hebrew. And a lot of American Jews are Reformed, but they're looked upon by all the other religious sects within Judaism as kind of Judaism light. Then you have conservative, which is about a mix of English and Hebrew, and that's how I was raised. I spoke Hebrew. No, I don't understand it, but I at least learned how to read it, how to read the words and the syllables and the symbols. So I have some basic, like beyond basic understanding of the culture and history from the way that they wanted to brainwash teach us. And that's what I'm talking about here. So I was raised a conservative Jew. Now the other two are Orthodox. And then you've got like the ultra Orthodox, like the Lubavitch and the Chabad, that are like, we even consider extreme within the Jewish community. We all kind of look at each other with the long black coats and the long sideburns, and we go, the majority of Jews think that they're a little extreme, beyond a little extreme, let alone ones that hold secret tunnels. And they know nothing about any of that stuff. They don't look into just how fucked up Chabad Lubavitch has ties to, and this human trafficking stuff that has been alleged, and the stuff with the bloody mattress in the tunnels, and they just explain it away, and they ignore and they whitewash that part because they get benefit from it. And I want to talk a little bit about that. So, as a child, I was taught that Israel was created as a homeland for the Jews after the Holocaust, which I realized several years ago that it was all just a carefully constructed story with a ton of omissions. A lie. That's what they always told us. If you don't tell the whole story, that's a lie. I was only told half the story, which it never acknowledged the suffering inflicted on the inhabitants of the land of Palestine prior to 1948 and ever since. They almost act like it was just an empty place, just this desolate piece of desert that nobody wanted and nobody fought over. And it was ours. The 3,000, I didn't even talk about the 3,000 year argument in this article. So that's something else that I'm writing that down. I have to address at some point. All right. But since 2021, and realizing this, I've become vehemently anti-Zionist and talk about Israel's war crimes frequently on How Do We Miss That and other shows. By the way, that's a link to a playlist for all the episodes and archives if you ever want to listen to any old ones. The last 2 years have revealed how a lot of what we see is orchestrated by and on behalf of the furtherment of Zionism, both Jewish and Christian. Again, refer back to INN News. I'm talking about the Christian Zionists. Zionists try to conflate Judaism with the state of Israel. But I will scream from the rooftops forever that Zionism is not Judaism. How there are more Christian Zionists in the U.S. than there are Jews worldwide. Most Jews I know have never really been shown the difference between what an anti-Zionist Jew is and what we believe. And they've always just, it's always been conflated also by the Jewish community, not just by the Christian community. Or they're in complete denial that there's a difference. And that's what they're trying to pass laws in this country to say, that Zionism is Judaism, which is insane when more Christians believe in it than Jews. What? Okay, anyway. Judaism existed for thousands of years before Zionism did. It did. That's fact. Straight up fact. Zionists were fighting for the reformation of Israel and Palestine for more than 50 years before it was recreated in 1948. Now, this is a headline from the New York Times from 1899, highlighting the Conference of Zionists electing delegates at their meeting in Baltimore, determining that they will colonize Palestine. Again, this is 1899. And it wasn't even the first one. That's the third annual conference. I'm not an anti-Semite. I'm not a self-hating Jew. I acknowledge history from a objective, logical standpoint. First, Palestinians are Semites too. So to call anyone an anti-Semite means that they're also against the Palestinian people, which when they're defending them, it's kind of silly to say that. Second, okay, I very much do not hate myself or my religion, but I am incensed at how it has been twisted and bastardized to justify countless atrocities and land theft. And I said exactly that on AM Wake Up recently, and there's a link to me saying that and to a short. Now, I am also, obviously, not an advocate for continuing the project of the State of Israel. And there are lots of us growing in number as they realize that what the United States and UK are funding and backing in the name of Israel, but claiming that it's also in the name of Jews, is going to get some people pretty upset with Jews in the end. Don't you think? Maybe? Here's Harry S. Truman explaining the problem in 1949.
The Zionists particularly, who were against anything that was to be done if they couldn't have the whole of Palestine and everything handed to them on a silver plate so they wouldn't have to do anything. It couldn't be done. We had to take it in small doses. You can't move 5 or 6 million people out of a country and fill it up with 5 or 6 million more and expect both sets of them to be pleased. We had all sorts of objections to everything that was done. Something had to be done. We went ahead and done it and had it done, and now it's working out. Eventually, I think we'll have them all satisfied, but it's going to take a great deal of time yet to get the job done. To recognize Israel was an easy one. I had to make a compromise with the Arabs and divide Palestine. The Jews wanted to chase all the Arabs into the Tigris and Euphrates River, and the Arabs wanted to chase all the Jews into the Red Sea. And what I was trying to do was to find a homeland for the Jews and still be just with the Arabs. But when you go into a thing of that kind, the people you help most are the ones that get most angry with you. Both of them were against me on the situation, but as President of the United States, I paid no attention to them, carried out what I thought was right, and I had the support of the Congress, and I could do it, which is unusual in these days.
Could you tell us specifically that a lot of Jewish people were against you, too?
Oh, well, there were a lot of Jewish people against me because they wanted the whole of Palestine. As I say, they wanted to drive all the Arabs into the Tigris and Euphrates rivers.
Which is exactly what they're doing now.
Yep.
They just waited 75 years, and I think that Truman's words, he thought it was going to work out. Well, it worked out for the Zionists, it worked out for, it's funny. He also conflated Zionists with the Jews immediately. By the way, you notice that he said Zionists once or twice, and then he immediately flipped it to the Jews. Again, more Christian Zionists were behind this. The royal family, not Jewish Zionists, Christian Zionists. Zionism is a political ideology, not a religion. Now, of course, October 7th happened. Do you denounce Hamas? Do you denounce October 7th? October 7th is justification for war crimes. And actually, a friend of mine came at me a little bit, and he's like, I think to call it what you did was a little harsh. I said, sorry. After their unabashed collective punishment, which again is a war crime inflicted on millions in the aftermath of a prison break on October 7th, 2023, which saw 1,200 people killed, Israel should no longer be able to continue and exist as a sovereign country. This didn't start October 7th, but the disproportionate response to it is so far beyond disgraceful. I can't even think of the proper word to describe it. It's not disgraceful. It's not awful. It's not the worst thing that you could possibly imagine, to exterminate an entire population systematically by destroying its healthcare system, by starving them, by not allowing aid to come in, by bombing people that are trying to deliver aid to them, by intimidating people through a mass media campaign, etc., etc., all of these things. So, again, let's talk about that prison break. And I will, because we call Gaza an open-air prison for years beforehand, because it was. They couldn't go in or out without Israel's say-so. That makes it a prison. You could say so or not, that they had a life in a city inside of it, but it was still within walls. They weren't allowed to fish, or they'd get bombed. They weren't allowed to leave, or they'd be murdered, or they weren't allowed to come back. So again, let's talk about that prison break, because it's been used by Israel as the justification for everything they've done since. 1,200 people were killed, originally reported as a lie as 1,400, and still used incorrectly by some. All right, including Hamas militants, those also including IDF combatants, and hundreds of Israeli civilians that the IDF murdered, admittedly, with IDF tank and Apache helicopter fire. There's a ton of investigations, and even IDF soldiers admitted that they were given the order. I have Yoav Gallant admitting that it was a mass Hannibal, and I talk about that. Lots of evidence suggests Israeli forces allowed the attack to happen. Dissident wrote an article about that last week. Then used the Hannibal directive to order IDF soldiers to murder citizens to prevent them from being taken hostage. A mass Hannibal, as described by one IDF soldier, where literally they said that if somebody that was a Hamas fighter went into a house full of a family, they blew up the house with the family in it. By the way, as a reminder, none of this started October 7th. That was all a response to 75 years of oppression and being treated like second-class citizens and being treated like prisoners. And oh yeah, by the way, the most watched and monitored wall in the history of mankind was just happened to not be watched for a 4-hour block that morning when they just happened to be doing this. Okay. There's a ton more to say, but reviewing October 7th wasn't the point of this piece. The multitude of war crimes committed by Israel as a result, and what to do about them, is the point here. That the Zionist version of the Greater Israel Project must never be permitted. They must never be rewarded for the behavior that they've committed here. Countries that commit genocide can't continue to exist. How do we do this? We eliminate Israel's right to exist as a sovereign country for actively destroying Gaza and the West Bank and their multiple acts of war committed on Syria and Lebanon and Iran and Yemen and now Qatar and Tunisia this week. Remember that they dropped a bomb in Qatar to try to murder Hamas delegates that were trying to negotiate a settlement. That in Tunisia, they dropped incendiaries on top of the flotilla that is apparently still going toward Israel. Haven't heard very much about it since they were attacked. All right.
Yeah, I think they just left. Like they hung out in Tunisia for a week.
They were waiting for more people and fix up the boats and fuel up and I guess and load up the boats. All right. But remember that their intent is land theft of other sovereign nations. And in addition to Syria and Lebanon, you've got parts of Egypt, Jordan, parts of Iraq, and even parts of Saudi Arabia are part of the Greater Israel Project in the future. All right. And all in pursuit of this goal. They will continue to murder people anywhere because they've gotten away with it. This
Which
red area.
I don't even think they're going to stop there. This is what they claim they're going to stop. Like, you know, everyone talks about, you know, how Putin's going to, you know, he's not going to stop there. But no one wants to think Israel has world domination fantasy. They totally do. So,
well, the problem is you create a border like that. That's a lot of border to protect against all these countries that aren't too happy that you took land from them. So
land from them.
I don't know.
But don't worry, we'll give them all the ammunition to be able to fucking hold out, and then we'll probably have to boots on the ground ourselves at some point, just to help them out.
Oh, there's no doubt. This is a U.S., UK, Australia. This is a Five Eyes project right here, for sure. And then they'll get German troops and French troops and everybody involved.
Ukrainian troops.
They'll all give them a little piece of the Greater Israel Project.
Yeah.
A country that treats the people they occupy, imprisoning them, starving them, and never allowing them to return if they leave, the way that Israel has for 75 plus years, should not exist, let alone be permitted by the international community to expand by murdering more people and stealing more land? How do you think they're going to treat the Syrians and the Lebanese people who refuse to leave the land that they're stealing right now? They're going to turn them into Palestinians and then keep squeezing them into smaller and smaller patches of land, gaslighting everyone into saying, well, they're the problem, they're the criminals because they're fighting the people that stole their land. Why would you fight us? Just lay down. Just let us take it. We're taking it.
Right.
They've committed so many war crimes, it's not even possible to list them all, but there actually is a list somewhere, and this is a website out of Common Dreams. All right. This is the litany of Israel war crimes that is being documented by the Palestine Red Crescent Society. Okay. And others. So, what steps do we take to accomplish this? We vote to strip Israel's sovereignty at the United Nations and no longer recognize it as a country. And maybe they do it at the BRICS conference because they know that the U.S. will block anything here. But they don't have, the U.S. doesn't have a vote at BRICS. Well, China does, and we'll talk about that in a second. But that further, by removing their sovereignty, though, that would further make them rogue criminals, which they already are. It'll send a message to every other country who even thinks about it. But they don't want to do that, I guess. When Israel refuses and acts defiant, UN peacekeeping staff should arrest the cabinet heads, the entire Knesset. Their government gets disbanded. Israel attacked heads of other countries. Nobody asked what would happen to the people of those countries once that happened.
Right.
Because I guarantee the next question is, well, what happens to the citizens of Israel? You know what? Fuck them. They allowed that to devolve into chaos, and we shouldn't ask that question here.
We're all talking about assassinations, but if you look up assassination in Israel, Wikipedia has to separate it out by decade.
Yeah, I saw that.
So, you know.
All right. The Syrian people didn't get a choice in self-determination when their leader Assad was run off in a revolution funded by the CIA and MI6, allegedly, putting a former Al-Qaeda operative, Al-Jilani, in charge of the fucking country who's been literally completely subservient to Israel ever since. And Israel has continued to expand their land grab into Syria. The Lebanese people didn't get a choice when Nasrallah was murdered. The Yemeni people didn't get a choice when Israel murdered their entire cabinet last week. Unreal. And I had somewhere a tweet from Alan McLeod. I think, you know what? It's up here. This is it right here. No, right there. Incredible to watch the Charlie Kirk shooting receive about 100 times more media coverage than Israel assassinating the Prime Minister of Yemen.
Yep.
Then we start the Nuremberg 2.0 trials. Broadcast live to the world. No private testimony. Those trials would have to include the Western politicians who ran cover and were complicit, including Biden and Trump as commanders-in-chief of a military that provided support, including U.S. politicians that were rabidly on TV and screaming about this and voting to send money there. People like Nikki Haley and Tulsi Gabbard, Randy Fine, we all know him, Josh Gottheimer and Hakeem Jeffries and Cory Booker, Lindsey Graham and Chuck Schumer. Again, this is bipartisan. All right, Bernie Sanders and Nancy Pelosi, just to name a few. All of these people advocated for and or voted to send weapons and money to Israel and continue their slaughter. And oh yeah, a guy by the name of Charlie Kirk.
Above the law.
Oh no, he can't testify anymore. Sorry. Including Keir Starmer, Kid Starver, who, while acting indignant publicly, is still providing spy flights to Israel daily over Gaza and authorizing the use of the Incirlik base in Cyprus in support of Israel murdering, starving, unarmed Palestinian civilians under the guise of eliminating Hamas, which the U.S. military, by the way, concedes that they'll never be able to do, including all the foreign secretaries the past 2 years, like David Lammy, like Yvette Cooper. Here's a tweet that our friend Gordon Dimmack reposted from Keir Starmer, who condemned Israel's strikes on Doha. Like I said, they attacked the Hamas negotiators in Qatar. They violated Qatar's sovereignty and risked further escalation across the region on purpose. As this person reminded them, you literally sent the fucking RAF to refuel the Israeli fighter jets that bombed Qatar, mate. What are you doing? We've got the flight logs. And then including Axel Scholz and Friedrich Merz and Emmanuel Macron. 3 months ago, Germany and France say Israel is entitled to defend itself. Well, again, if it's not officially recognized as a country, does it? Probably not. Also including Xi Jinping, who could punish Israel by refusing to allow China to do business with Israel very easily. Almost, what is that? 20 billion. I don't know why that.
China.
And almost $20 billion of Israel's imports come from China. And it's more than double their closest, largest trading partner, which would be the United States. That's what an actual BDS would be. BDS is effective. It works. Also including the media figures and decision makers at media outlets that whitewash the war crimes and both sides the situation. At every major corporate network. Piers Morgan, are you listening? This from Double Down News. Not a single mainstream newspaper or broadcaster has said a thing about Israel carving Star of Davids into Gaza with their bulldozers. Israel can ethnically cleanse an entire people and raise their everything to the ground, then mark their territory to show in a show of racial and religious supremacy, and not a peep. Wild. And there's 4 examples that they're showing.
Yep.
Silence is complicity. lying on behalf of the murderers and allowing them to continue their lifestyle unimpeded and unchallenged will not be tolerated. We used to hold people to a much higher standard when it came to a country stealing land and murdering unarmed people. I think it's time to start holding people to that standard again. So now I'll breathe again. But this has gotten, some action. I was hoping it would piss some people off. It really hasn't pissed very many off. It's gotten a lot of support, which I appreciate. So if you're over at Substack, go to IndieMediaToday.com and give it a like, give it a share, give it a restack. Let other people know that it's there, and share that with people. Hopefully there are more anti-Zionist Jews like me that speak out, that write about this. And I think there have been some. I think Alon Mizrahi has been writing about it, and there have been, again, Aaron Mate and Max Blumenthal, and they break stories, but they don't really talk about it from their perspective. And as somebody still having Israel use their own religion to claim the justification for murder on a daily basis, murdering 100 people a day because of this religious nonsense. And
you could outlaw religion and most of these sex crimes would disappear in a couple of generations.
But we don't have time for rational solutions. Thank you, St. George.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm guessing that Israel-friendly YouTube.
They're using my religion. I'll get rid of it. Fuck that. I don't need that shit.
Right.
Well,
concludes this week's Fuck Israel segment. YouTube doesn't like it when we talk about this, and they don't want to turn monetization back on. So there are other ways to support INN and support the show. The ways to do that are using Cash App. That's a mobile app. $, Indie News Network is how you find us. Co-fee.com is a website you go to, and you can put in a credit card and give us $5 or $10 or however many coffees you want to buy for the network. Then you got PayPal.com, and you go to PayPal.me, /Indie News Network. And then we've got IndieNewsNow.com. We've got a whole news website that aggregates over 100 sources on a 24/7, 365 basis, and go check that out. And then at Substack, I do publish. That article was just at IndieMediaToday.com, so you can see it there. We're also live there now. And then INNNewsletter.com, we're going to be live in about an hour for boats smashing into other boats. So I hope everybody appreciates the article. I appreciate all the feedback, man. Again, it took a lot to pour into. It might cost me some friendships and relationships once that starts to circulate around. But some of this stuff, again, I can't stay. Silence is complicity. If you're staying silent right now, what are you doing? Aaron Bushnell. I think back to Aaron Bushnell's words about what would you be doing if you ever wondered what you'd be like? No longer
be complicit.
Or that if you ever wondered what you'd be doing during a genocide, you're doing it right now. Yeah. So that's what I'm doing. And slowly working to bring along the people that are close to me that still believe in all this nonsense, because sadly there are too many of them. And maybe stuff like that will help to wake them up. I don't know. It also serves to provide ample evidence that there are Jewish people that really do feel like all of this is being spun and manipulated to eventually create a backlash on Jewish people so that they have nowhere else to go but the Greater Israel Project. That's been a historical thing for generations, that they did it prior to 1948, that they were getting Israelis kicked out of all the Arab nations because there were Jewish terrorist groups that were trying to terrorize other Jews to leave and to go to set up in Palestine. That's documented fact. Again, I'll get into some of that stuff in a future article. Yeah, I mean, carbon filters are over $1,000 right now in Gaza, Sean. It's unbelievable. You know, again, anything that is of value there right now. And I don't know how they're transacting. That's a whole other question, because internet power is cut off and they're getting solar stuff. How do they, eSIM cards, I guess. It's so challenging. And then you've got Israel tracking signals. Go ahead.
We've covered how, the physical money there is just literally deteriorating and being blown up. They push digital currencies there. They're, cash apping each other, that kind of stuff. But
they're going to end up, again, that's what the goal of the Gaza, city rebuild is, that they want to enforce full digital ID and digital currency. So there won't be, it'll be a cashless city, a cashless society, whatever you want to, that is where they're going to try to institute their utopia, which is gross. I love you all. Support independent media because we need it more than ever. And we will see you real soon. Take care, everyone.
See you in a bit, fam.
Hasta la vista. Hasta la vista, baby.
No! We just fucking lost the stream.
Can't keep giving us nothing and think we're bluffing about coming for your heads. Why play civil if you won't listen to 50,000 dead? And now we know our mission, we form a militia, make Congress a prison.
Who are these people?
And over I saw on Substack, the first person we're going to talk about tonight, so I want to get right to his story, is the aforementioned, or at one point I mentioned, Guy Christensen. He's in the thumbnail for that he's being targeted. And so I started to try to explain to a friend of mine what's been happening, and that he's been incredibly influential. I've been following, we've been following and covering some of his videos on the show and sharing them. And in a whole mix, as we do a Fuck Israel segment every week, this whole episode's kind of going to be a little bit of a Fuck Israel thing. We don't have specifically a segment dedicated to it, so we're going to leave the theme song at home tonight. But so the first thing is that I started to try to explain to my friend about what Guy's been up to and that he has been targeted. And then I started doing like searches. So she was like, hey, tell me a little bit more about him. And what do you mean? So I start searching for him on DuckDuckGo. And what I saw was, first of all, DuckDuckGo, if you haven't seen, is absolute corporate media shit now. And most of the results that they're returning at this point are Zionist friendly and corporate media friendly, which means you're going to get a certain narrative. So I decided to plug his name into DuckDuckGo, and I'm going to share with you what I found. And then we're going to get into some of the other stuff that has been happening with him. So this is what I saw. So I searched literally for just his name. All right. And I turned off the save search. And the first thing I get is an article from Stop Anti-Semitism talking about how he's peddling conspiracy theories and glorifying terrorists. And that's not what's happening at all.
Sure.
Okay. Then you've got pro-Palestine influencer sues Ohio State. I actually want to talk about that because he literally got thrown out of school for protesting on behalf of Palestine. Like, this whole thing is upsetting to me because he's a young man. Like, nobody's paying him to do this. He's doing this because he feels strongly about it and because he sees what's happening, and bless him for it, really. And I don't know if too many people really know what's happening here. So we're dropping frames already. Damn it. We're already dropping frames. Okay. We're back. So we're seeing that he's being smeared, that look at this, the Cleveland Jewish News, the Times of Israel, J-Feed, okay, FO anti-Semitism, and there is an entire network and host of websites that is dedicated to promoting Zionism and pro-Israel stuff, and they've all got the message, and they're all blanketing search engines and dominating search to give you the impression that this is a bad guy no matter what, to the point where you've got the New York Post even coming at him. And again, a lot of this happened at the U.S. When the embassy employees were killed in D.C. at the Holocaust Museum. And Guy made a video where he said that he did not condemn Elias Rodriguez, that he understood the reasons, and it wasn't condoning, it wasn't endorsing, it wasn't providing a plan. It was just saying, I don't condemn him. I get it. And that was twisted as he's endorsing terrorism and he's supporting murder and he's endorsing murder, as you see here in the Pittsburgh Jewish Chronicle. Terrible type of stuff, really. Now, what had happened also as a result of this was that Meta decided to get rid of him, to deplatform him and take away his Instagram and Facebook accounts, both of which were pretty influential, right? So that's pretty bad. That's censorship. We don't like that. We've been talking about censorship for a long time here and speaking out against it. Now, what he does, I think this is the guy that had him banned. All right. Now, this is Guy's Twitter profile. All right. But this guy talked to Trav bragging about how he had Guy banned, and all the people that are cheering underneath it, all the Zionists underneath it that are cheering for having him banned. Disgusting. Now, again, when you go to any of the search results on DuckDuckGo that involve Guy's Instagram videos, all you get is a page saying this cannot be found. And I'd find one, but it looks like they've scrubbed it of that too. All right, here's one, an actual positive article, the voice they tried to silence but couldn't. But what you're seeing here is an overwhelming kind of composition and an image and an impression that they want anyone who doesn't really know who this guy is when they're searching him to get an impression that he's a bad guy who hates Jews, which is not the case at all. He wants Israel to stop bombing children and to exit Gaza and eventually, for Israel to not exist. And I, as a Jew, even am calling for that, as you should. All right. Especially in light of what they've done the last 2 years. How can they possibly be allowed to exist as a country? How are we still recognizing them as a legitimate nation in the community of nations? I've been asking that question. I wrote that up 10 days ago. All right. And what Guy said even 5 days ago was that I urged people to help disseminate my videos onto Meta, who's blacklisted me over my speech. Anyone who wishes to take on this task can download his videos off of TikTok and without a watermark, post and even monetize them. They can't stop us. Okay. That's not, again, he's not here to make money on this stuff. So one of the couple of platforms where you can actually find him is on Twitter or X. And he was talking about how he's now being censored on TikTok and how some of his videos are now being removed and shown as disqualified. All right. Every single video of his talking about Charlie Kirk's turn against Israel restricted by TikTok. Huh. What a shock. Can you imagine that happening? Right? Okay.
Yep.
Now, on top of that, so this is his TikTok account. All right. 3.5 million. I guess he went from 3.4 to 3.5 literally since I saw this earlier today. So congrats on hitting 3.5. And you can see that his videos are influential and have impact, like more impact than a lot of mainstream corporate shows do. 1.9 million views, 3.6 million views. I mean, those are the pin ones, sure, but
which normally makes me pretty suspect, but
even but not when he's talking about what he's talking about, because they're trying to silence him off this platform. All right.
Sure.
All right. He's talking about how a TikTok deal's been finalized with China. So now you've got Larry Ellison getting more involved. All right. Then you've got even Twitter is messing with him now. So all his videos criticizing Israel have been removed from the FYP by TikTok, but now even Twitter won't let him post. Like, he wanted to post a certain video, which you can find him on at his Substack. That's where all the stuff is actually able to be found, and I'll put the link for that in a second. But the biggest thing that's commendable, and I think that Israel is upset about, on top of his exposing Zionism and calling out what's actually happening there to a large platform, is he's raised over $350,000 to help feed Palestinians in Gaza. And that, again, makes Israel look pretty bad. When an American can help do that from here, that's impressive. All right. Now, I mentioned earlier that he got expelled from school to the point where the ACLU has now filed a lawsuit challenging Ohio State University's violation of the student free speech and due process rights. So we'll see what remains. We'll see what happens with this. I hope he ends up at some point reinstated and allowed to go back to school. I don't know if he would even want to go back to Ohio State University after the way that he was treated. I'm glad that the ACLU decided to stand up on his behalf and challenge what Ohio State has done, because obviously they're succumbing to pressure from this smear campaign. And that's literally what I find this to be, a coordinated smear campaign going back to October 7th. And I have other stuff, in my research, and I didn't bring the links here, but Guy talked about that after October 7th, he was doing videos, and in November, he was actually approached by the Israel lobby and offered money to make videos on behalf of Israel. So we found that interesting and exposed that and published those emails and decided to go the other way. Then we've also got, there are just so many websites that are out there. And honestly, if that were going on against me, I don't know how I'd handle it, but I would say that he's handling it incredibly well, considering. And he's fighting back in the best way that he knows how, which is to help raise money and continue to expose what's happening here. And I just thought that his story deserved a little bit of light and a little bit of conversation on its own. I don't really see too many people. I see a lot of people sharing his videos, but taking an interest in what's happening around him and how he's angering the Zionist lobby and what they're doing in response to it is also a lesson in, if they can do this to him, they can do this to anybody they decide to set their sights on. So that's my 2 cents on, so fuck censorship, fuck Israel for that.
Mm-hmm.
The Trump administration has been in full support of all of this. The pressure that they've been putting on universities to censor free speech and to censor pro-Palestinians, the way that they've been sweeping, pro-Palestine voices that are immigrant off the street and putting them into ICE detention facilities. And now, again, you've got them taking over the Zionist lobby, taking over TikTok, which was one of the few platforms they could not really control. We talked about this going back 2-3 years ago that even though, yes, there were people from the State Department and CIA working at TikTok, at ByteDance, and that their stuff had gone through Oracle servers going back even then, that still the ratio of pro-Palestine posts to pro-Israel posts on there was 10-1. And that was why Israel decided TikTok had to be taken down. So,
which if you follow the articles of Alan McLeod, it was already pretty controlled.
So
I'm
going to show, some people might get a little, I'm going to show, this is his Substack. So Guy Christian, it's called yourfavoriteguy.substack.com. Again, he makes TikTok style videos that he also publishes over here to Substack, over to Notes, and to his own articles that he publishes on a daily basis, to his posts that are here, video posts. So I wanted to show his publication that he writes to, that is the best place, that and his link tree, which you can find here, are the best places to find him on here, to actually hear his voice and not what anybody else is saying about him, but hear it directly from the person himself, which I'm always an advocate for. So we're not quite being smeared like that and targeted, thankfully, but we are certainly demonetized by YouTube, and a lot of places aren't monetizing us. We don't really want the platforms to necessarily get the money that are funded by VC. So what we ask is that if you're able to contribute and want to fund the media you want to see, Cash App, $ Indie News Network comes right to us. ko-fi.com/Indie News Network. PayPal.me/Indie News Network. Then we've got our self-hosted website at IndieNewsNow.com. That's an aggregator of a whole lot of different news sources into one place. And we also live stream there and self-host. And then you've got live on Substack at IndieMediaToday.com, again, where we're live right now. Hello to everybody over on Substack, and at INNNewsletter.com, which is the network for Indie News Network, the network's newsletter where we put out a weekly update and other shows go live as well. So that's getting stuff kicked off. So again, there's some solidarity there. Whatever we can do, if there's anything that he can tell us about what's happening to him and wants us to share, we can certainly do that. Delete everything and remove everything from TikTok, because TikTok is beyond dead, is what Descent in Bloom is saying. That's one way to go, sure. And then Sean says that he truly supports us and others because of our steadfast willingness to speak the damn truth. Thank you. It's our truth. I mean, this is what I am seeing and what I am experiencing. And I don't know what I would do if it were me. They literally tried to dox this kid to his parents and have an intervention with his parents to say, do you know that your son is siding with terrorism? And thankfully, I'm hoping that his parents and everybody standing, kind of rallied around him, realizes what's happening here and why he's being targeted, and that there is a network of supporters and people around him that are behind him. And yes, Fred Edward, free Palestine, for sure.
Go to my website.
And at that website, there's also merch. So there's a button to pick up an INN t-shirt.
Buy my merch right quick.
Oh, check out that merch. Check it out. Oh, Reese wearing a beanie. Look at that. Oh, he's heating up his dab rig right now. So yes, you can get an INN beanie over at the merch store too. You go to IndieNewsNow.com, click on the merch store, and you can pick up one for yourself. Love you all. Thank you for hanging out. Support independent media because we need it more than ever. We'll see you soon, fam. No! We just fucking lost the stream!
I think I liked it better being blind, when I couldn't read between the lines, and when I couldn't see the cracks in the structure that lay bare before me the whole time. I think I liked it better back when I suspended disbelief and swallowed pride. I thought I knew the difference in the red from the blue, but they both bleed us so dry. They both bleed us so dry.
My favorite songs don't hit the same way. I get to the end of a 4-minute track and I'm only looking back thinking, what did they actually say?
Can't keep giving us nothing and think we're bluffing about coming for your heads. Why play civil if you won't listen to 50,000 dead? And now we know our mission, we form a militia, make Congress a prison.
Who are these people?
The next outlet and people I want to talk about are the people over at Declassified UK, who've also done some phenomenal work. They're actually Indie Media Award honorees. For those who don't know, we actually created a whole website called the Indie Media Awards over at Substack that kind of showcases who we found to be the most consistent and anti-Zionist and anti-imperialist outlets and live streamers and journalists over the last several years. And one of the first outlets we chose, and we, in the first class, was Declassified UK. All their links to be able to support them are there. You can find them right there. And that's all this is just a page dedicated to how you can find them and that they're great. And those are illustrations by Zago Brothers. So shout out to Lucio Zago. So they've been publishing quite a few stories lately that I thought had impact. One of them was this one from John McAvoy, who's one of the top editors over there now. And he writes that we obtained a list of Israelis who received military training in Britain. Many of them are now directing operations in Gaza amid the genocide, and now Declassified publishes the list for the first time. And again, this is John McAvoy over at Declassified, and the list is over here. At least 32 Israeli officers trained at RCDS, including numerous senior figures. Then you've got 6 Israeli soldiers also trained at the UK Military College in Oxfordshire. And as many as 4 Israeli soldiers are still training in Britain despite the ban. Well, that's apparently now changed, and they're no longer training there. That's one of the things that's happened as a result. So that's one thing that I wanted to point out. So go read this short article over at Declassified UK. All right, Britain trained Israeli soldiers fighting in Gaza. Declassifieduk.org is their website. And all of these links, by the way, will be in the Substack article dedicated to this episode over at IndieMediaToday.com after the episode's over. I also wanted to bring this video from John McAvoy because he testified at the Gaza Tribunal. And I mentioned the Gaza Tribunal a couple of times. They've done this a few times. And I am a big proponent of having a tribunal-style Nuremberg trial. And the way that gets started is with something like this, where you lay out the template for what that's going to look like. So John says, last week I testified at the Gaza Tribunal about how Israeli soldiers have been training in Britain throughout the genocide. The Telegraph now reports that Israelis have been barred for training in the UK. So here's his testimony. It's 2.5 minutes long. I wanted to play this, and hopefully Reef can hear this.
I now want to turn to Israeli military officers training in Britain throughout the genocide. After months of stonewalling from both Conservative and Labour governments, we discovered that Israeli army officers have been allowed to train in Britain since October 2023. This information was provided to us earlier this year in response to a Freedom of Information request after several refusals through the Freedom of Information Act. The Ministry of Defence said that fewer than 5 Israeli officers had trained at the prestigious Royal College of Defence Studies in 2023 and 2024. But we subsequently found that at least one of those Israeli soldiers graduated from the RCDS just last month. So even as recently as last month, the UK is training soldiers from an army that is actively committing genocide. And it's not just Israeli soldiers training in Britain. The UK government has welcomed several high-ranking Israeli officers to Britain since October 2023, often providing them with special diplomatic immunity to protect them from private arrest applications under universal jurisdiction legislation. That list includes, but may extend, because all of these visits were intended to occur in secrecy. So there may be many other Israeli military officers that have visited. But the list includes Lieutenant General Herzi Halevi, the IDF's then Chief of the General Staff, who had been directing the Israeli military's operations throughout the Gaza genocide. He visited Britain in November 2024, and the Foreign Office provided him with special diplomatic immunity, protecting him from arrest for war crimes. Then there was Major General Oded Basiuk, head of the Israeli military's Operations Directorate, who was overseeing Gaza operations as well. He attempted to secretly visit Britain in January 2025, but Declassified managed to doorstep him outside Russia in London. And most recently, there was Major General Tomer Bar, the commander of the Israeli Air Force, which has been overseeing, the key player in the decimation of Gaza. Bar was subsequently identified in the chain of command of Israeli officers responsible for the killing of 5 Al Jazeera journalists in Gaza last month. He was allowed to visit Britain in July 2025, just 2 months ago.
And apparently now they're starting to say, well, we're not going to allow that anymore. So a little bit of closing the barn door after the horse already got out, sure. But they are closing that barn door. And it is somewhat symbolic, at least, that they're doing that. So shout out and, good on John for doing that and testifying and bringing light to all the times that Britain has willingly brought Israeli war criminals, known war criminals, for training in the UK. It's crazy. And then there's this other story.
Yep.
Now, remember last year, I subbed in for Colin last summer on INN News, and we talked about a weapons expo in London. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
It was one of my
Farm
favorites.
remembers.
It was one of my favorites. Well, apparently they had this the following year's version, and this year Phil from Declassified tried to get back in, and they kind of recognized who he was, and were like, "Nah, I don't think we're gonna let you in." So Declassified barred from London Arms Fair as Israeli weapons dealers arrive. Because last year they asked, are these going to be used in Gaza? They would literally walk up to weapons contractors and people that were kind of showcasing a certain weapon and ask, are these going to be used in Gaza? How many kids are you planning on killing with that? And they got thrown out pretty quickly. And all I can say was, how the hell did they get into it in the first place? But good on them for doing it and getting the footage. I remember Max Blumenthal trying to do the same thing to an expo here in DC, but these guys were the first to try to do it. And now we've got a major arms fair has been criticized by press freedom groups for refusing to let Declassified enter the event, being held for the first time since Labor took power. Okay, the biennial. Okay, so it was 2 years ago already we did that? Wow. Defense and Security Equipment International's trade show is hosting over 50 Israeli companies this week at London's sprawling Excel Center, despite canceling plans for an Israeli government pavilion. Jesus. Wow. Just taken over. Just genocide airs everywhere. Exhibitors include Rafael, a missile manufacturer wholly owned by the Israeli state, and private weapons firm Elbit, we know them very well, which supplies 85% of the drones used in Gaza. It marks the first time Declassified has been denied media accreditation, having attended the last 2 DSEI events. Those took place under conservative governments in 23 and back in 21, when we questioned defense ministers about arms sales to Saudi Arabia. Reporters Without Borders, who we have our own issues with, said that the decision to block Declassified this year was worrying, anti-democratic, and suggests there's something to hide. You think?
You think?
Talk about the mother of all understatements. And I don't know if that's Rebecca herself, Rebecca Vincent, or someone else from Reporters Not Borders making that statement. Then when Declassified was allowed to enter DSEI in 2021, event spokesman General Rowdy Roddy Porter, he wasn't really rowdy, claimed that, quote, "We've got nothing to hide here. This is a legitimate government transactional business. That's because you weren't actively funding a known genocide at the time." DSEI is organized by the company Clarion Events, but relies on close cooperation from the UK's Ministry of Defence, Foreign Office, and Trade Department. But I believe it's also funded by Turkish billionaires, if I remember correctly. The Excel Center itself is owned by wealthy Turkish billionaires. Defense Secretary John Healey and Military Chief Richard Knighton are due to give keynote speeches at the event. So it's literally the merger of private military contractors owned by a foreign country and the Defense Secretary of the United Kingdom. Sure.
Nice.
There's no separation there. Both men were recently doorstepped by Declassified, meaning that they were chased down the street into whatever building they were in and questioned over their intelligence support for Israel, which might explain DSEI's decision to block access. Yeah, you think? Clarion provided no reason for its refusal because they don't have to, emailing Declassified at 4:30 p.m. yesterday to say, "We regret to inform you that we're unable to accept your registration." That's pretty funny. Declassified had registered back in April and repeatedly chased the organizer, Solomon Hughes, an investigative journalist with Private Eye magazine, was also denied access, by the way. All right. And there's the story about, we've got nothing to hide here. And there's more about this story. All right. So that's another story that Declassified having an impact because they're now being barred and exposing the fact that the people that are asking the hard questions aren't allowed in the building anymore. And then we've got another guy who has gone through so much. And they did an interview earlier this month. Hamza Yusuf writes for them and did an interview with Al Jazeera's Wael al-Dadu, who you may or may not remember. He lost his son famously to a bombing in Gaza. Who they both worked for Al Jazeera, and he basically got his press vest on and went back out like the day after. This was actually during the funeral of his son Hamza. Okay. And we gave both he and Motaz Azaiza an Indie Media Award honor last year because of the amount of times this guy knowingly ran into harm's way to try to tell the story of what's actually happening there. So this was a sit down. He launched a scathing attack on the mainstream media's deficient and biased coverage of Israel's genocide in Gaza. On a visit to London yesterday, organized by Amnesty International, he spoke to Declassified about his experience of reporting from Gaza, where more than 63,000, that's the low number, hundreds of thousands of Palestinians have been killed in the last 2 years. All right. Reflecting on how Western media outlets covered the same events, he said, quote, "They all capitulated to the Israeli narrative and adopted it without challenge, without interrogation, without fact-checking, or a semblance of impartiality. These are our industry colleagues around the world, from news organizations and institutions that we've looked up to and respected throughout our lives. They all pride themselves on being apparent, shining embodiments and benchmarks of journalistic integrity, transparency, truthfulness. That's what we were told all these years. But that very notion, of course, has collapsed completely. They were all proven deficient. We were let down. They saw what's happening to us, the killing, the maiming, the wholesale destruction. This is a campaign of aggression of historic magnitude, a calamity that's befallen more than 2 million besieged people. Journalists were duty-bound to rise to this cause for humanity, and they did not. So there's a little bit more to this article as well. And again, I just wanted to mention that they had an interview, a sit down with him. Again, I encourage everyone to support Declassified UK and to support independent media. And while he was working for Al Jazeera, he still was independent. I mean, you know, he had an outlet to report from, but what did he have? He had a phone and a camera, just like everybody else, while they were running for their lives. And this is one of the few at the Indie Media Awards website where I put a little bit more about who he is and why he's here and why we honor him and the work that he's made, that he's done, and the sacrifice that he's made, and to tell the story. So by all means, and I'll drop a link to this article and to this post for everyone to go check out over at the Indie Media Awards Substack also. But yeah, Declassified UK doing some incredible work. And we need more independent outlets that speak on behalf of Palestine, that platform Palestinians. And I appreciate what John and Matt Kennard was a co-founder of this organization. He's now moved on to do some other stuff. And he's also founded another pro-Palestine Substack outlet, I believe. So man, it's but yeah, the arms, the people in the UK are figuring out who these guys are and what they expose, and they're starting to wake people up, which is great. And I appreciate that. And they, like us, are user-funded and don't take corporate money. So if you're able to and have means, just like support the media you want to see, like this show and this network, the ways to do that is using Cash App, $ Indie News Network. We have ko-fi.com/Indie News Network, and that'll pop something up on screen. We've got paypal.me/Indie News Network, and our self-hosted website over at IndieNewsNow.com. And then over at our Substacks, and I publish the two of them pretty much daily or weekly, IndieMediaToday.com is where we host this show and all the clips and original articles that I publish and write, appearances that I do on other shows, and then and also things that I want to share that I think are important once in a while. And then IndieNewsNow.com is where we're going to be live later for boats smashing into other boats. So we live stream there. We host other podcasts, and we publish a weekly update for all of the members of the network and everything that goes out across all of the INN channels.
Go to my website.
And at that website, there's also merch. So there's a button to pick up an INN t-shirt.
Buy my merch right quick.
Oh, check out that merch. Check it out. Oh, Reese wearing a beanie. Look at that. Oh, he's heating up his dab rig right now. So yes, you can get an INN beanie over at the merch store too. You go to IndieNewsNow.com, click on the merch store, and you can pick up one for yourself. Love you all. Thank you for hanging out. Support independent media because we need it more than ever. We'll see you soon, fam. No! We just fucking lost the stream!
I think I liked it better being blind when I couldn't read between the lines. And when I couldn't see the cracks in the structure that lay bare before me the whole time, I think I liked it better back when I suspended disbelief and swallowed pride. I thought I knew the difference in the red from the blue, but they both bleed us so dry. They both bleed us so dry.
My favorite songs don't hit the same way. I get to the end of a 4-minute track and I'm only looking back thinking, what did they actually say?
Can't keep giving us nothing and think we're bluffing about coming for your heads. Why play civil if you won't listen to 50,000 dead? And now we know our mission, we form a militia, make Congress a prison.
Who are these people?
Go to my website.
And at that website, there's also merch. So there's a button to pick up an INN t-shirt.
Buy my merch right quick.
Oh, check out that merch. Check it out. Oh, Reese wearing a beanie. Look at that. Oh, he's heating up his dab rig right now. So yes, you can get an INN beanie over at the merch store too. You go to IndieNewsNow.com, click on the merch store, and you can pick up one for yourself. I did want to cover this story by my friend, the Dissident. And the Dissident, again, is a co-founder of INN. And he's one of the original people that Reef and I turned to with the original idea of having writers write original stories that we then cover on our network that really nobody else is talking about because they're network exclusives. And showcasing those writers and kind of an ecosystem that supports the live streams with original articles. And it hasn't quite worked out that way, although the Dissident has been writing some incredible stuff the last year or so since he came back from a 2-year break. And he's been really on it this week. So I wanted to bring a few of his articles with some supporting stuff behind it, and talking about that. So one of the big stories that happened last week, and it happened as we were going live, I think, or the day before we went live. I already had the rundown set for the show, but that 31 journalists were murdered in Yemen by Israel. And we know that Israel loves murdering journalists. Israel loves murdering healthcare workers, anyone that could possibly support an infrastructure that might oppose what they're doing in stealing the land and murdering others. So what do they have to do? They have to kill those people. So what the Dissident writes is that during Israel's recent bombing of Yemen's capital, Sana'a, they committed the single most deadly massacre of journalists in history, a story that went completely ignored in mainstream corporate-controlled media. Press TV's Yusuf Ramazani reports that last Wednesday, Israel targeted the Al Yaman and 26 September newspapers based in Sana'a. As Ramazani notes, quote, a total of 58 people were killed in that attack, including 32 journalists and media professionals, making it the single deadliest attack on journalists ever recorded. Among the martyrs were well-known reporters. And here is a list of 30 journalists and media figures killed in the strike. Okay, I'm not going to list all the names, but they're here. And it's a damn shame that they were all murdered. Journalism is not a crime. Journalism should not be a death sentence. All right. As antiwar.com reported. Indie Media Award honoree antiwar.com. Quote, the Yemeni Journalists Union said that it strongly condemns this heinous war crime committed by the brutal Israeli aggression on Wednesday, September 10th, through its direct targeting of the offices of 26 September newspaper and Al Yemen newspaper in the capital. Something else happened on September 10th. Remember that? Another big thing that everybody in our country is distracted with and yelling at each other about still. The Forum of Palestinian Journalists also condemned the massacre, writing, quote, Forum of Palestinian Journalists vehemently condemned the Israeli occupation army's bombing of the headquarters of 2 Yemeni newspapers, which resulted in the death and injury of many journalists and civilians. Yep. That's weird. We're fucked. That's what I was looking for. Thank you, Sean. All right. The press release noted that the forum connected the bombing of the Yemeni press with the systematic targeting of Palestinian journalists in Gaza, stressing that Israel is implementing a unified policy against Arab media to, quote, erase the truth, or to set the narrative, both. 26 September put out an article saying that they were targeted for reporting on the genocide in Gaza. All right. The paper compared Israel's bombing of Yemen to the genocide in Gaza. Right. The IDF has admitted to striking the newspaper headquarters, accusing them of being, quote, the headquarters of the Houthis propaganda division, the resistance militia group which has fought against the Israeli genocide in Gaza in solidarity with the Palestinians. They've done more to support Palestinians than just about anyone. Israel's targeting and killing of journalists in Yemen is part of its broader assault on 6 countries. Because along with its bombing of Yemen, this just last week, okay, Israel had bombed Qatar, Doha, in a strike targeting Hamas negotiators to stop that ceasefire agreement possibly from happening in Gaza. All right. They continued their genocidal assault on Gaza, killing 150 people and injuring another 540 since Monday. That was again last week. They bombed the Bekaa and Hermel districts in eastern Lebanon and carried out another drone strike near Beirut in violation of their ceasefire agreement with Hezbollah. Because ceasefire just means that you stop, not that Israel has to. They bombed several sites in Syria, including a Syrian Air Force base in Homs and a military barracks near Latakia, in order to weaken the Syrian military and expand territory further into the Israeli occupied Golan Heights. And they also bombed...
And now, international news from Al Jazeera.
Car bombing in Syria, yeah. 37 people killed, ooh, the people are dead.
I wish that wasn't like more the reality than Al Jazeera just declared. But they also bombed the Flotilla ship. You're still muted, I think, by the way.
You're muted.
Bombed the global Samud Flotilla's ship while docked in Tunisia, which was another act of war on Tunisia. It also was an act of war on the United Kingdom, technically, because there was a British flagged ship that was attacked. This doesn't even include Israel's raid and mass detention of thousands of Palestinian civilians in the West Bank. Yes, I speak it.
English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
I do. I say the same to me all the time.
Along with the 270 journalists targeted and killed in Gaza by Israel, they now have killed at least 30 journalists in Yemen while carrying out acts of war against 6 countries, all to continue the genocide and ethnic cleansing of Gaza and expand the Greater Israel Project. Fuck Israel.
Yep.
Also, they murdered Reuters journalists in southern Lebanon a while back. So there's the count is just higher than anyone's ever attacked journalists.
Yep.
And again, Jason Hickel confirming absolutely wild that Israel targeted and massacred 31 journalists and media staff in Yemen. Second deadliest attack on journalists ever recorded. Not the deadliest, but apparently the second. And the Israel regime is built on war crimes. Totally agree. Another article from the Dissident this week, last Sunday, but thankfully this one did not come to pass. Marco Rubio was talking about and threatening to revoke the passports of Americans critical of Israel. That certainly made me sit up and take notice. Because now you're including me. And fuck you for that, little narco. So apparently that provision in whatever bill that was included to potentially give the Secretary of State the power to do that has been voted down. Thankfully. But I wanted to point out that in real time, while this was happening, the dissidents calling it out, letting people know about it so that action can be taken, protests and, people can be alerted to what's happening so it can be stopped before it becomes law instead of just a proposed bill. So thank you to him for letting people know about that. And again, he's taking this from a couple of different places there. The Intercept, we don't really like the Intercept, but they're fed stuff. And sometimes they have, they're the people that break the news. All right. Then you have who's behind this bill. What a shock. It's Brian Mast and AIPAC, right? The biggest funders behind it. Trident Capital, Carlyle Group. We talked about the Carlyle Group before. Right. Times of Israel has described him as a zealous pro-Israel Republican who's volunteered with a group that assists the Israeli army. That's the dude with the fake legs, like Lieutenant Dan. This cat, this piece of shit. Wearing his IDF uniform in the halls of Congress. He should be arrested. All right. He's garbage. We've talked about him plenty. I don't want to give him any platform. But he's the person introducing that.
Oh, hi. Thanks for checking in. I'm still a piece of garbage.
Yeah. But what he wants to do is point out lessons from the UK. Look at how Rubio and the Trump admin will weaponize anti-terror legislation to crack down on critics of Israel. One only has to look to the UK as an example with their terrorism act. How they've been persecuting journalists and activists and grandmothers and people on disability for saying that they support Palestine action and that they oppose genocide. Insane, right? But that's what's happening. So the UK Terrorism Act, as Dissident is pointing out, makes it a criminal offense to say anything supportive of a, quote, proscribed terrorist organization, unquote, something that's repeatedly been weaponized by UK's authorities against critics of Israel, because they have deemed Hamas to be a proscribed terrorist organization. They've deemed Palestine Action to be a proscribed terrorist organization. Palestine Action has since disbanded, but apparently that doesn't make a difference if you support them. Supporting a non-existent organization is now deeming you a terrorist. In August of last year, British journalist Richard Medhurst, which we've covered extensively on this show, was arrested at London's Heathrow Airport for expressing an opinion or belief that is supportive of a proscribed organization over his reporting of critical of Israel's genocide in Gaza and overall of Israeli and Western wars in the Middle East. All right. And right away. He just goes through some of the people. So there's Sarah Wilkinson and Asa Winstanley. I think we've literally talked about all these folks. Palestine Action being proscribed as a terrorist group, right? And then you've got Francesca Albanese, which they literally put sanctions against her, which is insane.
Terror, terrorism, terror, terrorist, terror organization, terrorist attacks, terrorism, terrorist network, terrorist attacks, terrorist group, terrorist.
Yeah.
Dude, I could just go forever with that.
Recapping all the people that were arrested for protesting. Here's the one where 466 people were arrested. Again, we've covered that extensively on this show, and it's nice to see this kind of recapped in a nice summary article. So if you want to tell somebody what's been happening in the UK That's a great summary right there to be able to send, number one, about what happened there and how they're now trying to accomplish the same thing here. Then we've got another story that he wrote as headlines keep breaking and news continues to trickle out. As the IDF soldiers continue to speak out, more IDF soldiers now say that they were ordered to commit war crimes and kill children, which we know, but now it's really coming out in their own newspapers, and they're not able to hide it even amongst their own citizens. Some of their citizens are encouraging it, but there are quite a few that still are against them murdering children, thankfully. My God, like, look at how low we've set the bar when baby murder is, like, too much to ask for some people, not murdering babies with American weapons. Okay? So again, in a new Haaretz article, that's an Israeli newspaper, multiple IDF soldiers admit to killing children. Sure they did. But in Hebrew, the Hebrew edition of Israeli newspaper Haaretz just published an article about IDF soldiers getting PTSD from Gaza, but the article contains several admissions from IDF soldiers of killing children and committing war crimes, which were supported and encouraged by commanders. This all needs to go into the Nuremberg 2.0 tribunals. All of this. They are literally admitting it. This is testimony that needs to be heard and eventually used against these soldiers and the people who commanded them. Following orders was not anything that was acceptable at Nuremberg, and all of these people should swing.
Modern problems require modern solutions.
Or not so modern solutions. One IDF soldier who went by the pseudonym Yoni in the article admits to opening fire on children, saying that an IDF soldier yelled, "Terrorists, terrorists," with him saying, "We go into a frenzy, and I immediately go up with the Negev," a kind of machine gun, and start spraying, firing hundreds of bullets. Then we rushed forward. Then I realized it was a mistake, he notes. There was no terrorists there. He said, I saw bodies of children, maybe 8 or 10. I have no idea. It was all blood, full signs of gunfire. I knew it was all about me, that I had done it. Yeah, because they were all unarmed. They were children. You murdered them. Yoni went on to say to his IDF commander that his IDF commander supported the massacre of children, saying, after a few minutes, the company commander came and said coldly, as if he wasn't a human being, they entered an extermination zone. It's their fault. That's how it is in war. Another IDF soldier named in the Nahal Brigade admitted that he was repeatedly given the command to open fire on starving civilians and the so-called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation aid sites, saying that, quote, his and his friends' day starts at 3:30 a.m., accompanied by drones and armored forces. They set up a sniper position and wait. And then between 7:30 and 8:30 a.m., the trucks arrived and began unloading their contents. And in the meantime, the residents are trying to move forward to take a good place in the queue, but there's a border in front of them, and they don't notice. They don't notice. That's that fence that had them all penned in like cattle. We showed that picture, and that's on a thumbnail that was in the intro. The paper quoted him saying,
I'm sure Israel will just give them shock collars next week, and anyone who gets close to the fucking fence just gets automatically exploded. You know?
Like Scanners, or what was that? Wasn't that the movie Scanners?
Sure.
Had a collar like
Pick
that?
a sci-fi movie. Yeah, a little bomb collar on the outside, something like that. I mean, at this point, how is it not a fucking sci-fi dystopian prison?
Again, the paper quoted this murdering war criminal saying that a line that if they cross, I can shoot them. It's like a game of cat and mouse. They try to come from a different way each time, and I'm there with the sniper rifle, and the officers are shouting at me, get off, get off. I shoot 50 to 60 bullets every day. I stopped counting X's. I have no idea how many I killed, a lot. Children, quote unquote. The IDF sniper testified that his commander ordered him to shoot at children waiting at aid sites, saying the battalion commander would scream on the radio, "Why don't you take it off? They're advancing toward us. It's dangerous." They're standing there with fucking machine guns, and unarmed babies, children, is what's dangerous. The feeling is that we're being put in an impossible situation, and no one prepared us for it. The officers don't care about children dying. They don't care about what it does to my soul. As far as they're concerned, I'm just another tool. Yes, that's absolutely right.
Mm-hmm.
This is just one of many examples of IOF soldiers saying that they were ordered to fire at civilians at the aid sites, which we've been reporting since they set up the aid distribution sites, which were actually just turkey shoots to murder civilians and let it be the literal fucking Hunger Games, which you can see in a INN news clip on the INN channel called Hunger Games that Reef and Colin covered a couple weeks ago. Here's more. 2 IDF soldiers telling Haaretz in a separate article, quote, "It's a killing field where I was stationed. Between 1 and 5 people were killed every day. They're treated like a hostile force. No crowd control measures, no tear gas, just live fire with everything imaginable. Heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, mortars. Then, once the center opens, the shooting stops. They know they can approach. Our form of communication is gunfire." Wow. And another one said that they were at a similar event.
People. We kill people because they're pests.
From what we heard, more than 10 people were killed there. When we asked why they opened fire, they were told it was an order from above, and the civilians had posed a threat to the troops. I can say with certainty that the people were not close to the forces and did not endanger them. It was pointless. They were just killed for nothing. We keep seeing this testimony over and over and over again. Now, from the IDS soldiers, on top of from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation whistleblowers like Anthony, what's his name? Begins with a T. I can't remember his last name. But he got carried out of a hearing in D.C. last week for protesting against this. Similarly, multiple IOS soldiers have described similar instances of what Yoni described, commanders creating invisible security parameters and then shooting civilians that enter them without telling them. Yeah, red light, green light, Squid Game. That's absolutely right, Steve Gill. All right. One IDF soldier who spoke to Sky News, right, said that, quote, "We have a territory that we're in, and the commands are everyone that comes inside needs to die. If they're inside, they're dangerous. You need to kill them, no matter who it is. No matter if they're starving and looking for food."
Anthony Aguilar.
Aguilar, that's his name. Tony Aguilar.
Anthony. He does have the H.
Right. All right. IOS soldier admitted it was pretty much like that. Like pretty much everyone that comes into territory, and it might be a teenager riding his bike. It's just poor people, civilians that don't really have too many choices. But the order was given to shoot everyone on site that crossed that imaginary line. So again, shout out to the Dissident on this one. This was a hard one to read. And this came out of Haaretz. But it's important that people that don't read the Israeli newspapers understand that this is what the Israeli newspapers are admitting to their own civilian population. All right. The fourth article is one that I found that was in support of the article that I wrote 10 days ago, which was about removing Israel as a recognized nation in the community of nations, and that a new UN investigation concludes finally and officially that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza, which we had already talked about. But he points to a new in-depth report from the UN, the Human Rights Council, which found that Israel is responsible for the commission of genocide in Gaza, unquote. The report documented that Israel's committed 4 out of the 5 genocidal acts defined by the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. So, first, the report found that Israel has committed the first genocidal act defined by the 1948 Genocide Convention, killing members of the group that they're targeting. Okay? Then we've got, and there's a ton of documentation of this. And where's the next one? All right. Causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. The report notes that Israel is guilty of violating the causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group clause. It notes that Israel has inflicted environmental destruction in Gaza since October 7th, documenting over 60,000 destroyed structures, 20,000 severely damaged structures, 56,000 plus moderately damaged structures, and over 34,000 possibly damaged structures, for a total of over 170,000 structures, on top of all of the roads and the working hospitals and every university and school, and that they continue to blow them up when they rebuild them or try to rebuild them or create a makeshift version of it. It also noted that toxic remnants of daily explosions released into the environment, including hazardous heat and chemical reactions, pose long-term threats for generations. They're destroying the future, which is their intent. All right? Then the third thing is that they are deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. Again, specific language. All right. That the report documents that Israel has violated the deliberately inflicting the group conditions clause section of the convention. All right. That the report documents the mass destruction of Gaza's civilian infrastructure. All right. The commission reviewed photos and videos showing the widespread destruction of residential complexes and entire neighborhoods in the Gaza Strip, including agricultural lands, public facilities, religious and cultural sites, schools, universities, and hospitals. Many of these locations were damaged or destroyed by airstrikes, as well as tank and artillery shells, let alone the double taps. Some were destroyed by bulldozers or controlled demolitions, rendering those areas uninhabitable by intent. A resident of Gaza City told the commission that the Israeli security forces looted everything from his house, destroyed his cars, then burned the house. Notably, Israeli soldiers have admitted to burning homes in social media posts. They're not ashamed of it. They're quite proud of it. And then we've got published reports of that. Okay. This is a really interesting, in-depth article just laying out all the receipts. Here, also as a result, the report noted that, quote, Palestinians in Gaza were forcibly transferred and forced to live in inhumane conditions, deprived of food, water, proper housing, and essential medical care. Notably, the Israeli security forces had also intentionally destroyed civilian objects that left Palestinians in Gaza without resources indispensable for their survival and heavily reliant on humanitarian aid that was wholly or substantially blocked by Israeli authorities, even though they deny it and gaslight anyone that states this. Then there's another condition where they're imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, certainly by attacking the healthcare system, by not allowing aid in, by not allowing water so that mothers could nourish their babies, by not allowing diapers in, by not allowing sanitary products for women. Yeah, then they also destroyed all the IVF, all the embryos and sperm samples and unfertilized eggs at these IVF facilities.
Right, the incubation chambers.
Right. All right. Again, this all, and then proving genocidal intent. To conclude, the report establishes genocidal intent from Israeli officials, citing the fact that as early as October 7th, Israeli officials made statements that indicated their intention to destroy Palestinians in Gaza as a group, not Hamas, Palestinians in Gaza, noting that Israeli authorities made many statements that explicitly called for vengeance, destruction, and annihilation. Of course, collective punishment. And somewhere, I'm sure, in this article mentions collective punishment being a war crime. Okay, and going back to a guy Christensen over here, actually, his link tree, if I remember correctly, his link tree has a link so that you can view. Here it is. 500 quotes by Israeli politicians with genocidal intent. So he's got that there for people to look at as well. All right. Again, genocide. Unquestionably. Fuck Israel. And fuck Israel and anyone supporting them for denying this and trying to gaslight people into denying what we see clearly with our eyes. All right. On top of the fact that they can't even count how many people they've murdered because they're buried under rubble and they had buildings collapse on them. And the Gaza Health Ministry has been destroyed. So the list of families and people hasn't been updated. They can't possibly know. There's people that are missing all over the place. That was the idea, to scatter everybody and eliminate all the records, which is also part of genocidal intent. Destruction of cultural, religious, and educational structures and facilities, siege, starvation, and the blocking of humanitarian aid, targeting of the healthcare system, sexual and gender-based violence. Let's not forget about the raping of Palestinian women and men in Israeli prisons that's been happening, and direct targeting of children. All right? And that's just some of their war crimes that they've gleefully admitted to and put out on tape, including on TikTok, which is one of the reasons why the U.S. government wants to control it on behalf of the Israeli government. Orders have been given. Okay. All right. So, yes, that Bibi Netanyahu decided to say that this is preposterous propaganda by the left. No, it's not. It's documented reality. It's what we've been talking about and showing on this show for 2 years. You know, and this week, we're coming up 2 weeks from now on 2 years since the October 7th prison break. And again, go back to my article about why Israel should not be allowed to exist as a country at this point, that talked about why I believe October 7th was a prison break, because these people have been held prisoner. And that wall was abandoned, allegedly, for a period of hours. It was the most monitored wall in human history, but they just happened to take all of the watch off of it for hours while this was happening? Huh. How about that? How about that? Right? They bulldozed Rachel Corrie. That's right, all one same. May she rest in power. All right? They don't give a fuck. They killed Antinur Egi, which again, Reef and Colin covered on INN News. That's a Turkish American.
Yep.
They murdered a Palestinian American boy, a teenager from Patterson, New Jersey. And media didn't say shit. Cory Booker didn't say shit. Right? And all of these people need to be brought up on charges, need to be brought up on trial for their support of genocide. And the UN needs to take whatever steps to decertify Israel as a country. That's really what I believe needs to happen here. Now, because of that, we're certainly not going to be remonetized. I was going to ask people that if you're able to and have means, please support the stream. Okay. The ways to do that are a Cash App, $ Indie News Network, at co-fi.com/Indie News Network. You got paypal.me/Indie News Network. Got IndieNewsNow.com. We're actually live over there now. We still host over there. We self-host. And then we've got the Substacks, INNewsletter.com, where we're going to be live later on tonight for boats smashing into other boats. And we're live right now at IndieMediaToday.com, where actually you see the newest name on the board. Darren Sweeney became a paid annual subscriber over at IndieMediaToday.com today. So thank you, Darren. I was able to get that up on the slide before we went live. And we really appreciate all the support to help us fund the media you want to see, pay our bills. We just got hit with a Canva bill last week. That was close to $300. We've got the Restream bill for almost 700 coming up later on this year. Zoom bill. And then there's the monthly subscriptions that we have. And again, this is what we need to do to be able to create content and make good shows. And, you know, Reef and Colin had a theme song made earlier, an all new look and creative. And that cost us a little bit. And we're helping Angel fund a laptop. And we also, hopefully, once we get that all paid, I'd like to do some mutual aid in the fourth quarter of this year.
Mm-hmm.
That would be really nice to be able to do. Love you all. Thank you for hanging out. Support independent media because we need it more than ever. We'll see you soon, fam. No! We just fucking lost the stream!
I think I liked it better being blind when I couldn't read between the lines, and when I couldn't see the cracks in the structure that lay bare before me the whole time. I think I liked it better back when I suspended disbelief and swallowed pride. I thought I knew the difference in the red from the blue, but they both bleed us so dry. They both bleed us so dry.
My favorite songs don't hit the same way. I get to the end of a 4-minute track and I'm only looking back thinking, what did they actually say?
Can't keep giving us nothing and think we're bluffing about coming for your heads. Why play civil if you won't listen to 50,000 dead? And now we know our mission, we form a militia, make Congress a prison.
Who are these people?
Everybody knows. Now, the theme song's missing this week because we have no Reef, but it's definitely a Fuck Israel night. So, we're going to start with Asal Rod, who said, Miss Rachel, share the artwork of a little girl in Gaza. Quote, I draw houses because I don't have one. Just a dream with windows and a door. A place where I can sleep without fear. So, fuck Israel, fuck the US, fuck the UK for all that. So we're going to start right there. Making little girls dream for a house with windows. Just basic shelter. Because bombs are dropping nonstop. Now, I'm going to read this story from Anti-War. Sarah Newman, I'm not familiar with, but she talked about the Israel lobby and the engineered famine in Gaza. Yes, it is 100% engineered. I have like a dozen different little portions to this Fuck Israel segment, so strap in, guys. It's going to be a while. So it's a little hard to read, but I've got to do it. Amid one of the most severe humanitarian crises of the century, the gap between the value-driven rhetoric of American foreign policy and the realities on the ground is becoming increasingly apparent. This chasm is deepened by reports of child malnutrition, which we've been talking about for months and months and months, images of long queues for water and bread, and news of halted aid convoys revealing the complex relationship between power and narrative building in Washington. In recent months, as food insecurity has intensified and warnings of famine in parts of Gaza have grown, how have they intensified? Why have they intensified? The tone of criticism in the American capital has shifted. Phrases that once cautiously spoke of the unintended consequences of war have given way to more explicit statements about deliberate obstacles to humanitarian aid. Because, again, we've been talking about it forever now. Too long. This change is not a simple difference in expression, but a sign of the erosion of a long-standing pattern of organized influence that has shadowed decision-making for years. Very sugar-coated, you know? The price of this pattern is being paid today, first by the people of Gaza, agreed, and second, by the credibility and long global standing of the United States. Again, at the core of this shift lies a clear reality. When access to basic necessities of life, such as food, water, medicine, and fuel, is regulated based on military and political considerations, one can no longer speak of inevitable consequences of war. This is the point where political and legal responsibility begins. Nuremberg trials again. In this context, the shift in the approach and the language of some members of Congress takes on a significance that transcends daily partisan disputes. Representatives who for years considered support for the ally a self-evident principle requiring no justification now speak about the relationship between security and ethics, referencing legitimate leverage and specific human conditions. Sounds like mental fucking gymnastics. This change signifies a quiet yet tangible transition of the American legislative body from its long-standing self-censorship. Although this transformation is not uniform or universal by any means, it is transforming the language used to describe the crisis as much as it is changing the American political landscape. Technical reports on food insecurity indicators, frequent news of blocked humanitarian aid, and medical testimonies about malnutrition collectively paint a new picture of the crisis. I don't know how it could be new because it's been ongoing for years. Like literally, they've been doing this specific thing since March. So again, this isn't new. This is 6 months plus in the making, 210 days if you look at the graphic posted by Paula Iacella over on Facebook. Okay, one in which neutral phrases are no longer effective. Yeah, I wonder why, because you're perpetrating a fucking genocide. Notice the words genocide, starvation, malnutrition. This is very soft-coded, glad-handed. This is namby-pamby bullshit right here. All right. When women and children face the risk of death, no, they are facing death. Whether they stay in shelters and starve or venture out to find water and food. When the distribution of aid is governed not by need and vulnerability, but by policies of collective punishment. And when restrictions become a recurring pattern, the legal and political mind is forced to reassess the situation. Well, that's very generous of you. And how very studious and collegiate and academic of you, while people are fucking dying and starving. What's happening is no longer merely the result of uncontrolled factors, but the product of design mechanisms. Yes, this is not nearly angry enough. The link between these mechanisms and political support in Washington is the point where the discussion of famine becomes tied to the issue of American sovereignty and collective conscience. The role of the Israel lobby extends beyond financial matters and stems from a unique combination of ideological synergy. That's Muslim, that's anti-Muslim rhetoric. Structural access to legislative centers, and the ability to redefine the boundaries of permissible discourse. Why does the Israel lobby have any say in the U.S. fucking discourse? Three main pillars, neoconservative networks, Christian Zionist movements, and professional lobbying organizations have built a model of support for the ally over decades that even defines what moderation is. In this model, criticism of policy quickly morphs into criticism of identity, questioning the prioritization of humanitarian aid over military operations is reduced to a test of party loyalty, and attempts at ethical assessment are marginalized through labeling. This is like trying to reach shitlibs, it seems like to me. Or even, staunch conservatives who think that they're above all of it. And they're not. They're not. The result of this process is the erosion of a discursive space that once allowed for disagreement based on data and logic. This space has gradually shifted from policymaking to narrative management. We talk about narrative management every week on this show. When this narrative management coincides with the control of humanitarian access, it carries a practical message. Propaganda! Famine is engineered not only in warehouses, but also in the realm of meaning. Again, the abstract, collegiate, professorial bullshit here is just thick. All right? Vocabulary is softened to conceal the harshness of suffering. You mean like what this whole fucking article is? And images are presented in a way that pushes fundamental questions out of the spotlight. There are no images in this article, by the way. I love anti-war, but damn. American public opinion, however, shows a different direction. Slowly, but steadily. Because corporate media keeps brainwashing people into the opposite belief. Polls indicating declining support for the continuation of war, all right, even with temporary fluctuations. Wow, my head's about to explode. Point to a strengthening desire to end the current situation. I would hope so. Yes, stop murdering babies. Stop murdering unarmed women and children that don't even have a fucking place to live, to eat, that aren't getting food or water or baby food, like formula, nothing. Babies are dying. They are from malnutrition. And yes, they say that, but they're also dying because they can't get penicillin and wow. They don't talk about anything in this article. Like the sugar coating, this glazing is infuriating. Voter preferences are leaning towards a ceasefire and unrestricted access to humanitarian aid. You think that it should lean that way? Well, I wonder why they aren't. Yeah, way to go. Thanks for that. Really appreciate that. Are you fucking kidding me? All right. In this mirror, the gap between official language and public sentiment becomes more apparent. Yes, they're fucking lying to you and everybody sees it. Like, I've got to decode this whole fucking article? This is terrible. All right, I'm done. I'm punching out. I can't take it. I quit. I got too much other shit I want to yell about. Like this one. Let's get to some real language from another journalist called The Dissident, who is an INN co-founder. All right. The Israeli government admits that Israel's plan is to make Gaza and the West Bank uninhabitable. Thanks for that. And the Likud government official admitted that Israel's plan is ethnic cleansing. And I saw a funny tweet that at the UN this week, when everybody got up, when Bibi walked to the podium, it said that he ethnically cleanses every room he walks into, which is funny, but also not, because look at that. Fuck that guy and fuck Israel. Gila Gamliel, the science and technology minister for the current Israeli Likud government, admitted that Israel's goal in Gaza and the West Bank is ethnic cleansing of its Palestinian population. While people here deny everything that's being said and done on Israeli television, this is on the Channel 12 show Meet the Press. They deny this shit here all the time while people are going on Israeli TV and saying, no, that's exactly what's going on. All right. We will make the Gaza Strip uninhabitable until the population leaves, and the same thing will happen in the West Bank. This shocking admission from an Israeli government official shows that Israel's real intention behind the genocide in Gaza is not to release hostages or to fight Hamas, but to make Gaza unlivable for Palestinians in order to force ethnic cleansing and make way for Israeli annexation, which is something they plan on repeating in the West Bank. And I have an article about that next. This is a plan that Benjamin Netanyahu, a.k.a. Milikowski, openly unveiled at the UN weeks before October 7th, the one where he showed the map where there was no Gaza and no West Bank. It was all Israel. All right. Israel apparently allowed the Gaza prison break from Hamas weeks later to happen in order to carry out this already designed plan. That's alleged. The Israeli newspaper Haaretz reported that Chaim Cohen, the IDF colonel who approved the Nova Music Festival outside of the Gaza border, quote, opted not to boost security after visiting Nova 1 hour before the Hamas massacre, quote unquote, on October 7th, and did not cancel or disperse the festival, despite the fact that he had received intelligence that the breakout was about to happen. Shalom Shetrit, who's one of the IDF watchguards during October 7th, also testified that at 5 a.m. on October 7th, quote, an order was given that there would be no patrols in the fence until 9 a.m., which is weird, unquote, which he said was never given on any other day because, quote, there are no mornings in which there are no patrols on the fence, because you're in an operational battalion, and that is part of the matter, unquote. So they pulled security that morning. They sent somebody to the festival 1 hour before, knew it was supposed to happen, and didn't cancel it. After the October 7th breakout, Israel created an atrocity propaganda version of what actually happened, including fabricated claims of mass rapes, beheaded babies, and covering up the fact that the IDF, using the Hannibal Directive, killed many of their own people to prevent them from being taken hostage. We've covered that on this show. Okay, we've damn it. No. I just rebooted my internet too. What the fuck? Okay, I think we're back. Okay. I just rebooted my internet right before the stream, too. This is weird. I swear, the minute I start talking about Israel, look what happens every fucking week. All right. So, using this propaganda as justification, Israel carried out the exact policy that Gila Gamliel admitted to, making Gaza unlivable for its Palestinian population in order to carry out ethnic cleansing. That's what's happening. The UN Human Rights Council's recent inquiry into Israel's genocide in Gaza documented that the Israeli genocide in Gaza resulted in, quote, 60,368 destroyed structures. Okay, total again of, we talked about this last week, 170,000 structures have been destroyed. 170,000 structures have been destroyed in Gaza, in that little 25-mile strip that's 2 miles wide. Furthermore, the report noted that there is an estimated total of 50 million tons of debris in Gaza as of December 1st, 2024. And they've been dropping bombs just about every day since, with the exception of the bullshit ceasefire that didn't really ever cease fire. I think they might have stopped dropping bombs for about 6 weeks. Well, right after Trump became president. The report also noted the widespread destruction of residential complexes and entire neighborhoods in the Gaza Strip, with people living in them while they dropped them too, including agricultural lands, public facilities, religious and cultural sites, schools, universities, and hospitals. Basically everything, the entire infrastructure. It's noted that Israel systematically targeted and destroyed institutions such as schools and hospitals needed for the maintenance of Palestinian society in Gaza, documenting that Israel has effectively destroyed the education system intentionally, with significant detrimental long-term repercussions for children and youth in Gaza, the ones that have their limbs, and even the ones who don't. But, you know, the number of amputated children record, thanks to Israel, fuck Israel for that too, right? For the identity of Palestinian people as a group. Again, they're trying to erase them. Adding that Israeli attacks have caused damage to more than 70% of the school buildings in Gaza, creating conditions where education for children has been made impossible by design. All right. And there's just numbers upon numbers upon numbers here with these reports. Internal IDF data has shown that at least 83% of the people killed in Gaza by the IDF have been civilians. That's their own data showing that. They're admitting that they are committing war crimes, genocide, daily. 83% civilian rate. And yet, an Israeli will turn to you and go, October 7th. Really? 83% of people. And how many of those people that were at the Nova Festival, again, which we now know was not moved, but could have been, or canceled, how many of them were IDF reserves again? Yeah, I thought so. Okay, another IDF soldier, all right, told Haaretz that this thing called killing innocent people, it's been normalized. We were constantly told there are no non-combatants in Gaza, and apparently that message sank in among the troops. Yeah, it sure fucking did. This genocidal rhetoric came from the very top of the Israeli government. Again, these are all the receipts compiled into one spot. And now Gila Gamliel admits outright that Israel's goal all along has been to make Gaza uninhabitable for the forcible removal of its Palestinian population and the Christian population, by the way, too. 10% of Gaza were Christians. And that Israel will continue this genocidal policy in the West Bank to further the Greater Israel Project, which, again, I wrote an article about why it should never be allowed to exist and continue, and why Israel should be decertified as a state. Check that out at IndieMediaToday.com. And here's what they're talking about. Again, that namby-pamby anti-war article. Here's a real outlet. And again, anti-war does great stuff, but man, that article just really pissed me off. But this one from Mondoweiss, no medicine, no beds, no food or water inside Gaza City's main hospital. And we know that right now that's inside Al-Shifa Hospital, which is getting bombed continuously. All right. It's one of the few places that people are actually getting treatment. And of course, we know that Israel's murdering doctors and nurses, and they have to not wear their uniforms when they leave. And yes, I'm going to talk about the Flotilla, Steve Gill. Okay. Yes, it's trending. We're going to talk about it. And we're going to talk about Italy and what happened in Italy. We're going to talk about a lot of stuff. I got a long segment here to talk about this, but I want to talk about the fact that right now, again, Israel is starving this entire population because they're controlling everything going in or out. And don't gaslight me. Nothing is going in. Nothing is going in. No medicine, no beds, no food, no water since March. As the Israeli invasion of Gaza City advances, oh yeah, they're being invaded, and they had leaflets dropped on them telling them to go to the south. 1 million people allegedly. All right, and a lot of them are not able. They were running for their lives. I was showing video last week about that. Al-Shifa Hospital is facing severe shortages of essential medical supplies, leaving patients untreated and vulnerable. Staff and patients fear an imminent Israeli attack. And again, this was 3 days ago from Tariq Hajjaj over at Mondoweiss, which is, again, an Indie Media Award honoring outlet. Okay, that's the scene of one of the operating rooms. You have no mattress. That's literally just a patient laying on a spring frame. Buckets, blood on the floor. You think that's sanitary? Horrible. In Gaza City, as the Israeli army is taking more steps to reach and occupy the heart of the city, and the number of casualties rise, and they keep dropping buildings left and right, all eyes are once again on the one hospital that used to be the largest and most qualified for such times, Al-Shifa in Gaza City. Since October of 2023, the Israeli army has stormed and destroyed Al-Shifa more than once. Still, the health ministry in Gaza managed to rebuild some sections and provide medical care to people in one of the places most subjected to ongoing Israeli bombing, Gaza City. But with the Israeli army's recent advance into Gaza City, fears are once again rising of yet another Israeli invasion of the hospital. On top of that, Al-Shifa, along with other hospitals in Gaza, is facing a critical shortage of medical supplies, blood units, staff beds, and essential medical devices. No big deal, right? It's disgraceful the way that these people are being treated. These are bloody days. So not only are you bombing them and destroying them, you're not even providing them with the supplies so that they can get themselves well. Because they're literally trying to kill them. These are bloody days, says Dr. Hussam al-Shair, medical director at Al-Shifa Hospital, at least right now, until Israel targets him too, unfortunately, and either kidnaps or murders him and his family, which is what they've done to too many of these doctors. In recent days, over 60 people have been carried to the hospital dead, and over 175 injuries arrive at the hospital daily, most of them in critical condition and in need of surgeries and intensive care units. We only have 4 operational rooms in the hospital. In 8 waves daily, al-Shair describes, casualties and martyrs come to the hospital, with each wave holding at least 30 people dead and wounded. Well, we're struggling due to the Israeli siege and the war, okay? But inside Al-Shifa, our mission is healthcare, and we will provide it until the last moment that we can. That's heroes. I mean, look at the waiting room. It looks like a bus terminal. Al-Shifa Hospital has struggled to fully recover following Israel's previous attempts on the hospital. Oh, assaults. I'm sorry, not attempts. Assaults on the hospital. And of course, they murdered journalists right in front of it, too. Currently, the hospital only has 4 operation rooms and 32 ICU beds, but it receives over 800 people daily. I don't know. They don't have bandages. They don't have... I don't know. The extreme shortage we have is in operational rooms. We have so many waiting operations, and the ICU is always full. And there are 20 premature babies in the NICU. Of course there are, because the mothers have been malnourished for 6 months. So these are all NICU babies. And they're all getting delivered prematurely. And again, 20 isn't even that many. He expresses his fear about the medical staff who also witnessed the extreme danger. Of course they do. We're scared for our security. Yesterday, the Israeli army assassinated someone at the hospital's doors, which was a critical danger for all of us as we're working in the hospital. Yeah, I think so. We've lost 30% of our staff, and some were killed, others detained or wounded. We also have a shortage of working personnel. According to Dr. al-Shair, there are 562 patients currently in the hospital and over 50 in need of critical surgeries who are waiting their turn. Daily, dozens of patients get treatment on the 32 dialysis machines. That's enough for all of Gaza City, for everybody left? While it's a daily struggle to treat patients and secure the necessary medical supplies, al-Shair's primary concern now is what will happen if Al-Shifa once again becomes the target of Israel's military assault on Gaza City. I think it already has. When they're shooting people in the doorway, if the Israeli army evacuates the hospital, inevitable deaths will be faced by so many patients, such as those in the ICU, NICU, and patients with renal failure. Don't tell them that. Don't tell them that. We're facing the invasion of the city with a shortage of water and food for the patients and workers in the hospital. They must have some crazy amounts of reserves because we know that no supplies have gone in for months. So where's this all coming from? That's the outside of the building that they're working in. That's the hospital. Left empty after staff were forced to evacuate on September 25th. This is 3 days ago. Inside the hospital, where most beds are coverless, like we saw, only the floor is used for patients to lie down on, and some of the beds are in a field medical tent set up outside the hospital to receive casualties. Patients are living with the shortage of medical supplies. Of course they are. They're directly impacted as their wounds get worse instead of healing. They describe the situation as desperate, where even water, either to drink or to use for bathing, is unavailable. It's a really tough situation. Patients are lying down in every corner on the ground. There's no beds, no treatment, no medication. We can't even find gauze for our wounds, a patient in the hospital said. I'm injured in my back after I got shot by an explosive. If I was treated on time, I'd be well by now, but so far I'm waiting to get surgery. So this patient says that he and other patients are suffering in the hospital instead of receiving the necessary treatment. There's no medication, water, or food. The doctors come to check on us and stand helpless because they can't give us anything. Well, at least he has a mattress, maybe. Well, there's a sheet. Days ago, he says a group of Israeli special forces got close, sending panic throughout the hospital and causing some patients' wounds to open again in the commotion. Other patients like him, who are currently unable to walk, were lying there, unable to move, waiting for death. Isn't that nice? And fuck Israel. Despite the imminent dangers facing the staff and patients at Al-Shifa, the hospital remains standing miraculously, and the staff are refusing to leave their posts and evacuate because they're heroes. Though the hospital has yet to receive an official evacuation order from the Israeli military, staff says it's only a matter of time. We've been besieged inside this hospital before, and at that time the Israeli army evacuated us by force. But this time, we're unaware of the Israeli plans for us. We have no idea what comes next, but for us, we are medical teams, and we have nothing to do with military activities. We've been here since the beginning of the war, and we will stay. I mean, wow. There's also I read a thing about how Doctors Without Borders pulled their medical staff from inside Gaza City because of the dangers and the imminent bombing that's likely to come. Wow. So, fuck Israel for that. I did want to point out one potential BDS win shared by a friend of the network, kind of, but somebody I'm a fan of on Substack Notes, Ayuba Ahmad. Microsoft blocked Israel's use of its technology in mass surveillance of Palestinians. Now, I don't know how legit this is. Again, this might be a little bit of closing the barn door after the horse is already out of the barn and running around. But according to The Guardian, the extraordinary decision by Microsoft to end Israel's spy agency access to key technology was made amid pressure from employees and investors over its work for Israel's military and the role of its technology in almost the 2-year genocide in Gaza. So that's a good thing that they've stopped doing that. I also learned that Starbucks has decided to close over 100 locations nationwide. And my guess is that's because things are not going so great over there as well. So there's a couple of BDS wins. Hurting them in their wallet is the only thing that really they feel. I genuinely feel that way. And we've got to continue that kind of mindset, which is, voting with our wallets and being mindful of our purchase decisions and what those companies serve. In some cases, you can't avoid it, but wherever possible. So I also wanted to bring this story from Kit Knightley of Off Guardian, also Indie Media Award honorees. All right, we're going with a lot of Indie Media Award honorees tonight, but everyone is still suddenly recognizing Palestine. But why? Yes, Golden Monarch, Microsoft is still the bad guy, MK. That's correct. Let me move that over here since there's no Reef tonight. I don't know where Reef is. His internet apparently crashed, so he's not here, and it's just me flying solo, covering the stuff that I curated. So I want to talk about Kit Knightley over at Off Guardian. He talked about how everyone is suddenly recognizing Palestine. What does that mean? And why? What's happening here? In the past 48 hours, again, Off Guardian is a great independent outlet. They're censored all over the place. Go support them. Kit's a member of the Independent Media Alliance as well. He's attended some of the panels. I think they're scheduled to do another one soon. In the past 48 hours, the governments of France, San Marino, Luxembourg, Monaco, Andorra, Malta, the UK, Canada, Portugal, and Australia have all announced their recognition of the state of Palestine. It is the greatest number of countries to make this move in the same year since 1988. And they all did it over a long weekend. Why? Is it because it's a total coincidence? The elected officials of all those countries decided that they had been wrong for decades? Is it because the political pressure from a largely pro-Palestine public was just too much? Is it because they truly want peace and believe this is the way to achieve it? Does any of that sound likely? Yeah, no. In Italy, one of the global minority that has yet to recognize Palestine, we're told that mass protests over the weekend were demanding action over Gaza. In his address to the United Nations announcing the move, Emmanuel Macron said, "We can no longer wait, but wait for what?" He also repeated his call for a UN peacekeeping force to be deployed on the ground. Somebody standing between the Palestinian people and the IDF bombing them. Yes, please. Although UN peacekeeping troops are not necessarily the ones I would want doing it, because they've been in Lebanon for a while and not really doing very much to stop that. Israel has been happily colluding in its own bad guy image with illegal strikes on Doha, the capital of Qatar, earlier this month. We covered that. And the alleged killing of 31 journalists in Yemen. Alleged? I don't think they're alleged. Not to mention the Israeli finance minister's gleefully evil declaration of a real estate bonanza in Gaza when the bombing is finally over. Even the U.S. is more shakily behind Israel than usual. Okay, with Trump's administration publicly questioning their airstrikes on Qatar after they approved them, and articles in the American press calling it a crossing a line in the U.S. can't ignore. Yeah. In his UNGA address just an hour ago or so, the one where they cut off the teleprompter, Trump called for the Gaza war to end immediately. The Economist published this piece 5 days ago headlining, "America is falling out of love with Israel." Well, maybe the citizens are, but the business leaders really aren't much, and the politicians and donor class certainly isn't. It was only last week that the UN Commission officially found that Israel was conducting genocide in Gaza, amazingly so. And the General Assembly endorsed a two-state solution, which is embarrassingly pathetic. Writing for the BBC, the Bibi Netanyahu see, Paul Adams claims that their isolation is deepening. Their isolation? Whose isolation? It's the US, UK, and Israel together, because they're all in it together. Seems like the worm is turning, no? But to what end? Where does the story go from here? Well, I'm going to show you. Macron's call for a UN force may be the key. Indonesia's president has claimed that they could supply 20,000 peacekeepers if needed. In the U.S., House Democrats have called for UN peacekeepers to protect aid convoys, though they frame that as protecting the aid reaching Hamas. It's clearly the same agenda. You're just literally setting up American soldiers to be murdered and UN peacekeepers. Meanwhile, EU chief Ursula von der Leyen has pledged the creation of a Palestine donor group, a special fund for rebuilding Gaza's infrastructure. All right. Maybe a shiny new state is the goal. Pried out of Israel's grasp, policed by a new international brigade, and rebuilt with UN and EU money into a model sustainable utopia. A shining beacon of international cooperation, maybe. I wouldn't be surprised. I would be highly surprised. Kit clearly does not watch this show. What's happening is that, first of all, Israel is accelerating annexation amid statehood recognition moves. So, why are they doing that? To basically warn Israel that you better get your shit together and get this done with, or we're going to have to do something. And even once they do, who knows what they're going to do? Yeah, what say you, Mr. American Ambassador Mike Huckabee? I would say that he's staunchly on the side of Israel, sadly. It's embarrassing because he's a Christian Zionist, a fundamentalist end times Christian Zionist. There's the monster Smotrich, where he's talking about the resumption of settlement plans from August 14th. And again, this is from the Electronic Intifada, yet another Indie Media Award honoree. Again, indiemediaawards.substack.com. All right, you can find bios and links to subscribe to all of these outlets, by the way, in one place. As several Western countries formally recognize Palestine as a state, the Israeli government is accelerating its de facto annexation of the occupied West Bank. What a surprise. The statehood recognition announcements made in recent days by the United Kingdom, France, Canada, Australia, Portugal, and other states have prompted top Israeli officials, including the finance, economy, and national security ministers, to openly demand formal annexation of the occupied West Bank. They've already been tearing it up and displacing and taking over section by section, street by street. The, quote, only response to this anti-Israel move is sovereignty over the homeland of the Jewish people in the West Bank and removing the idea of a Palestinian state from the agenda once and for all. No, it's not. It's going to be a one-state Palestine, but it ain't the one-state Palestine you guys are imagining, I'll tell you right now. Said Beelzebub Smotrich, who wields a substantial authority over the building of his illegal settlements and demolition of Palestinian homes in the West Bank, which he said on Twitter a week ago. Murderous douchebag. He should be in The Hague, locked up in prison for all the genocide that he's already perpetrated. In reality, Israel is already engaged in a series of aggressive measures taken over the past few years and in line with long-standing Israeli policies of land theft and systematic erasure of Palestine, ongoing since 1948 and prior. But this didn't start October 7th. Okay, this didn't start 1948. Didn't start in the Six-Day War. All right. For his part, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Milikowski, a.k.a. Netanyahu, because he changed his name to sound more Israeli, declared that no Palestinian state would emerge and that illegal settlement building in the occupied territory would continue. Because nobody's stopping him. The minute somebody actually stops him, the minute the money stops, the minute the weapons stop, the minute UN peacekeeping troops start going in there, or somebody says no, China stops shipping goods, nobody's stopping this. For many in the West Bank, while recognition and public expressions of support for Palestine can be helpful in the long run, they remain highly critical. Yes, 100 Palestinians are being killed every single day in Gaza, That's more important than recognition, said Omar Asaf, a political activist in Ramallah, told the EI. This recognition decision is more symbolic in political weight than any real effect on the ground. While we welcome it, what's required today is to stop the genocide, starvation, and destruction. It's window dressing. There must also be a comprehensive end to settlement expansion, fragmentation of Palestinians, and the transformation of the West Bank into countless prisons. Okay, he's been imprisoned himself by both Israel and the Palestinian Authority, of course, because they are subservient to Israel in many ways. And they volunteered last week to say, hey, guys, we'll take over Gaza. There's never been the Palestinian Authority in Gaza. They must also stop the forcible displacement of Palestinians in the northern West Bank. And the Palestinian Authority's not stopping that either, motherfuckers. Statehood recognition, many said, must be followed up with real actions such as sanctions and an arms embargo against Israel. Amen. Meanwhile, fear and anxiety of the next chapter under Israel's violent occupation plagues every Palestinian in the West Bank. Agreed too. We need to turn them into a total pariah state and support the Palestinian people at the same time. I'm afraid that with and without the recognitions, what's happening in the occupied West Bank is horrific, Masya Yassin told EI from the streets of Ramallah. We don't have to imagine what the future will look like because we're already living it every day. Remember, there's no Hamas there. No Hamas there. Citing terrorist settlers who are killing people, stealing land, and cutting off roads. Quote, all Palestinians here are besieged with gates at the entrances to their cities and villages in open-air prisons. The army enters at any moment, kills, injures, expels. Israel has been pursuing annexation and land theft policies in the West Bank and Gaza since it occupied the areas in 1967. But after the start of the genocide in Gaza, there have been record rates of Palestinian land stolen, villages erased, residents expelled, and new illegal settlements built. All achieved through the violence of the military occupation and attacks by settler militias, armed and aided by the government to silently do the dirty work, pogroms, with the IDF soldiers standing behind the people as they burn down the houses. Fuck Israel. On September 23rd, Israeli settlers shot dead Saeed Nassan, 20 years old. Why? In the village of Al-Mughayr in northeast Ramallah, the 12th Palestinian to be killed by settlers since the start of 2025. The first killing took place in June. They also recovered burned down Issa Amro's fields and had children threatening to murder him and celebrating the death of his brother. Disgusting. 12-year-old kids. Brainwashed. Gross. Anyone who celebrates that can fuck off and get the hell out of my stream. In response to increasing global isolation, particularly over the last few months, Israel has doubled down on its confinement and violent oppression of Palestinians in the West Bank by increasing the number of military closures and roadblocks, as well as its daily deadly raids. People in the United States deny that this shit is happening. It is happening. It actually is happening. To deny that is to deny these people's existence and reality. It's the grossest thing you can do. Because it literally costs you nothing to acknowledge their existence. And you won't even give them that courtesy. These are human fucking beings. It's also taking concrete steps towards formal annexation with a publicly stated aim of preventing a Palestinian state. Which we cannot allow. Again, that is erasure. I don't want to quote Smotrich. He's disgusting. You can read his statements. On 16th of September, the Israeli military installed a new iron gate at the entrance to the town of Al-Izariah in eastern Jerusalem. This road is the only access point for millions of Palestinians traveling between the north and south of the occupied West Bank. The closure of this gate would within seconds sever the northern and central West Bank from the south. Another corridor. All right. The installation comes as part of the revival of the long-stalled E1 settlement project, which, when completed, would effectively bisect the occupied West Bank and undermine territorial contiguity. Wow, that's a tough word for me to say. In the West Bank or any Palestinian state. They want to split it in half and balkanize that too, and put a settlement in between them, with no way for them to get between them. Separate. If you got a cousin that lived on the other side of town, I don't know if you can ever get to him. Smotrich made no bones about the Israeli government's motivation when formally announcing the resumption of the plan on August 14th. It buries the very idea of a Palestinian state, not in documents, not in decisions or declarations, but in facts. But buildings can also be leveled, as Israel is proving on a daily basis. All right. The E1 area, a critical stretch of land between Jerusalem and Jericho to the east, functions as one of the last remaining corridors connecting the northern and southern occupied West Bank, as they continue to steal the rest of the land. It's also one of the final areas of territorial continuity connecting Jerusalem with the rest of the occupied West Bank. Israel intends to empty these areas of Palestinians and render them only accessible to settlers. That's ethnic cleansing. The transfer of an occupying power's civilian population into the territory that it occupies is a violation of international humanitarian law, the law of armed conflict, i.e. a war crime. Yep. At least 7,000 Bedouins living across 22 different villages will be expelled and rendered homeless as their homes are systematically demolished. The Israeli military already issued dozens of new demolition orders between the 12th and 14th of August, targeting Palestinian Bedouin villages located within that E1 zone. They've been targeted with systematic harassment and demolitions for decades. Then we go back to between January 2023 and mid-July of this year, at least 2,800 Palestinians, almost 2,900, from 69 different villages across the West Bank, primarily Bedouin, were forcibly displaced due to the coercive environment of intensifying settler attacks and movement restrictions. Where do these people go? They're intentionally creating homeless people in desperate situations. Palestinian Bedouins are on the front lines of Israel's violent annexation due to their residing in open areas outside of population centers and being at the direct mercy of the Israeli occupying force and settlers. Annexation is rapidly becoming a reality for all Palestinians. In Area C, in 60% of the West Bank, all we see are Israeli flags, Israeli police, Israeli civil defense, settlers moving freely. Palestinians have come to feel that it's dangerous to move around between cities and villages. In the case of formal annexation, the lives of residents across many villages in the occupied West Bank, particularly those heavily besieged by illegal settlers, will either become so unbearable that residents will be forced to leave and move to the cities, or settlers will expel them by force. Yes, burn down their houses, raze them to the ground, and potentially murder the inhabitants. Zaina al-Tahran is an independent writer and TV reporter based in occupied in Jerusalem. Again, the EI is an Indie Media Award-winning outlet. Fuck Israel every day. And I don't even know what you say anymore because I'm beyond fuck Israel. And I got a bunch more here. So let's go to People's Dispatch and let's hide Reef from here. Hey, make that disappear. Reef's name badge. Turn that off. There we go. All right. Million-strong general strike. Okay, we got a little bit of good news here. And again, Kit Knightley was calling it allegedly. It wasn't allegedly. It happened. million-strong general strike blocks Italy for Palestine. 1 million people across Italy, led by grassroots unions, took part in a general strike supporting Palestine and the global Samud Flotilla, which we're going to talk about in a minute because I figured it's a nice segue into the flotilla. Okay, so this is an article again from People's Dispatch. I think I found it in Popular Resistance or Sheer Post. But on September 22nd, approximately 1 million people across Italy, crazy, staged a general strike in support of Palestine and the global Samud Flotilla, offering a vision of solidarity sharply at odds with the one displayed by European leaders at the UN these days. Ports, train stations, and major junctions were shut down as workers, many of whom were members of the grassroots union, Union Sindicale de Base, okay, the USB, brought the country to a halt. In Rome alone, 300,000, I don't know how they count these numbers, but 300,000 demonstrators occupied the city's main railway hub before marching through the streets. The call came from Genoa's dock workers, and here we are. We've blocked everything. That's great. Okay? First responders will never be complicit in genocide, and we're protesting a government that's entrapping us in rearmament. So it's not just about Palestine either. Earlier this month, as the global Samud Flotilla prepared to launch, members of the Dock Workers Collective in Genoa vowed to halt port operations if Israel attacked or blocked the fleet. Weeks later, following continuous local mobilizations and public assemblies, they made good on their promise. Thousands shut down Genoa's port from the early morning hours, joined by workers in the strategic harbors of Trieste, Venice, and Livorno. Rallies erupted in Bologna, Milan, Turin, Naples, across Sicily and Sardinia, and in dozens of other localities where teachers and parents and students walked out of schools together, chanting for a free Palestine. That's incredible. Man, I wish that would happen here. Speaking from the Genoa blockade, Marta Kalla of the left party Potere al Popolo stressed that while the strike demonstrated concrete solidarity with Palestinians, affirmed support for their legislative resistance, and denounced European complicity in genocide. Embargo and sanctions, these must be our priorities, meaning that we can't stop here. Authorities responded to the massive mobilization with violence. What a surprise. When you withhold your labor, the state comes after you with violence. Police forces used water cannons against protesters, demanding an end to Italy's arms trade with Israel, agreed, and calling for severing all political and economic ties. Love to see that happen. Despite growing public pressure, the fascist Giorgia Meloni's government has refused to act against Israel, instead continuing communications with Israeli officials and arms deliveries throughout the state-linked company Leonardo. All right, look at, the videos and the images are stunning. The fact that they're actually written in Italian leads me to believe that they're genuine and not, like a color revolution led by CIA, etc., to try to destabilize the country. Only days before the strike, Infrastructure and Transport Minister Matteo Salvini, leader of the far-right Lega, appeared in an interview with Israeli media in which he supported Israel's right to build itself a serene future, as occupation forces inflicted even more destruction upon Gaza City. In its campaign to build a serene future, Israel has killed at least 65,000 Palestinians in Gaza, including over 1,000 health workers and hundreds of journalists. While some government figures signaled mild unease about recent attacks, Salvini set out his allegiance in very clear terms, quote, "Defending Israel's right to exist is complicated right now, but friends are revealed in the most difficult moments." Yeah, and you're not one of them. In some strike locations, protesters signaled out Salvini's statements in their speeches. In Venice, they sent what they termed a special message to a special enemy, insisting that their loyalty was with Palestinians under attack and that their energy committed to building international solidarity. Okay. The mass character of Monday's strike likely shook much of Italy's political class. In recent years, the government had passed measures to restrict demonstrations and downplay the organizing capacity of trade unions and the left. Yet, weeks of continuous protests, culminating in the general strike, undermined these efforts. So, even though it's illegal, and even though they're trying to do everything to stop them, somehow these people in Italy pulled it off. Workers have returned to center stage and are calling on citizens, all citizens, to stand up. They're not doing so for a contract renewal, but to demand justice for a distant and tormented people. In this age of selfishness and individualism, this seems unthinkable, but no, solidarity between peoples and brotherhood beyond borders are not dead and buried values. On the contrary, they are alive and kicking. Inject this into my fucking veins. All right? For Potere Popolo's Giuliano Granato, the strike also captured broader anger. Quote, Palestine has given a name to our discontent. I don't like kind of doing that, actually, but okay. All right. The outrage, protests, and anger over the massacre of the Palestinian people has intersected with years of oppression, repression, and deteriorating material conditions here. For young people in particular, there is the absence of a future, fear, and the awareness of living in societies where only the horrendously rich and powerful have a say. Yeah. The momentum built by the strike is set to continue. Italian dock workers will host an international sectoral meeting on September 26th and 27th, bringing together trade unions capable of disrupting Europe's arms flows to Israel, which they've said they would block. National demonstrations in solidarity with Palestine are also planned for October 4th, as eyes remain fixed on the global Samud Flotilla. If Israel attempts to stop it, Italian workers have already shown that they are ready to block the country, sending a signal that could inspire others to organize along the same lines. I sure hope so, man. I'll tell you, I'll say it. I've been calling for a general strike for years, and I would still love to see it. All right. And I also wanted to bring this from BetBeat, and I'm not going to be able to read through this whole thing because I still have a bunch more. But BetBeat wrote that Italy's rage for Gaza must spread. All right. That what we witness in Gaza is not merely the extermination of a people, it's a laboratory experiment in mass psychological conditioning, a blueprint for how ruling elites will subjugate populations worldwide when their time comes to be discarded. We are all Gaza, because at some point we will all be Gaza, is what he's saying. All right. The ruling class understands what most of us refuse to acknowledge. Gaza is not an aberration, but a preview. The same forces that rain death on Palestinian children today will turn their weapons on any population that threatens their power tomorrow. You saw what Trump is talking about doing. The silence of governments, the complicity of institutions, the careful neutrality of those who pride themselves on moral clarity. All of this serves a purpose beyond Palestine. It establishes the parameters of acceptable suffering. All right. As the activist and writer Susan Abdul-Hawa explains, quote, the process follows a predictable pattern, one that has been refined through decades of implementation. First, commit an atrocity that shocks the conscience. Allow the outrage to build. Let millions march in the streets. Let them believe their voices matter. Then escalate. Do something even more horrific. Something that makes the previous atrocity seem restrained by comparison. Watch as protests fade, as people retreat into private anguish. as this sense of powerlessness takes hold. We saw this with Iraq, where millions flooded the streets in opposition to an illegal war. The machine ignored them and proceeded anyway. Then came Libya and Syria and Yemen. Each intervention more brazen than the last, each met with diminishing resistance. By the time Gaza arrived, the conditioning was already complete. The world had learned its lesson. Nothing you will do will make them stop. This isn't by accident, but by design. Go read the rest of this article over at BetBeat Media, betbeat.substack.com. I love those guys. Go give them a follow. Go support them. Go read the rest of this article over there. I did want to dedicate some time also to Dr. Hussam Abu Safiya because we got an update about him and it wasn't great. Ryan Rosbiani, I'm sure many of you know him, follow him over on Twitter, published this the other day, breaking an update on the doctor after 276 days in captivity. We've literally been talking about this man all year and how he's been tortured and imprisoned. A lawyer from Physicians for Human Rights Israel finally visited him today after 4 denied attempts. Dr. Abu Safiya has been detained for 276 days under inhumane conditions. He's lost over 25 kilograms due to deliberate starvation. He's been subjected to continuous torture and physical assaults along with other healthcare workers. He's been denied medical treatment despite suffering from scabies and pre-existing heart disease, and never brought before a judge and not informed of any legal reason for his detention since March. He stated, "My only crime is being a doctor." Over 100 doctors and nurses are being punished, treating Gaza's wounded. The family calls on international organizations, human rights groups, and the global community to act urgently to secure the release of Dr. Abu Safiya and all detained healthcare workers. Again, a war crime. A war crime. This man was treating patients and he walked out and voluntarily walked into the tank. We've got the picture of him standing in front of that tank. And they've tortured him for 9 months plus. So I wrote, free this doctor immediately, because Robin R. Qureshi, who's over on Substack, give her a follow, published an article at her publication, at her newsletter. It's been all year long, plus several days. He's been tortured, held for way too long, and had treatment withheld by the most moral army in the world, right? Who's been murdering all the other doctors in Gaza since kidnapping and imprisoning Dr. Abu Safiya. This is just so disgusting, and there are so few speaking out, so thank you for those who are. And she published an article to her Substack called Bearing Witness. This is robinqureshi.substack.com. Again, all these links will be in the article over at indiemediatoday.com about the live stream, all the links to everything that I'm showing you tonight. But this is a recap of everything that we just talked about here, with links to several petitions and online petitions from Amnesty International to Doctors Without Borders. All right, this recaps his entire story. This is a great article to share with people that kind of talks about who he is. All right, he was born November 21st in Jabalia. He became director of Kamal Adwan Hospital in February of 2024. After having worked there in other roles, but they already had killed the director of the hospital, I believe. It was already under repeated Israeli siege and shelling. So again, this just recaps everything that's happened here with in bullet point format. I hate using that phrase. All right. A lot of data here. Here are some questions. Why is Israel detaining a hospital director and other medical personnel without charge, trial, or due process? How do they justify torturing and starving doctors while the genocide in Gaza depends on their absence from hospitals? Why has the world tolerated Israel's systematic destruction of Gaza's health system and the criminalization of medical care? How can governments claim to uphold international law while arming and funding Israel as it imprisons doctors and kills them? What accountability will be imposed on Israel for the torture and deaths of medical staff in custody, including Dr. Al-Idyad al-Rantisi and Dr. Adnan al-Bursh, tortured and murdered in captivity? Why is the protection of Palestinian medical workers being abandoned in full view of the world? How long will the international community remain complicit while Israel uses prisons, famine, and bombardment as tools of extermination? So then you have petitions open internationally. You've got Amnesty International. You've got Action Network. You've got Code Pink. You've got Change.org. You've got Med Global. And all of those are linked here. And follow R. Qureshi over on Substack as well on Notes, and subscribe to Bearing Witness. I got one more thing here about that, and that is the actual statement from Physicians for Human Rights Israel. You know, I've heard a lot of things, and I just wanted to make sure that she had the statement right. So I grabbed it, and I found their Twitter account, or actually refound it. Credit to Reef on that one. And he shared this thread that Dr. Abu Safiya described the violence perpetrated by prison guards during frequent cell searches. According to him, detainees receive very small amounts of food. Many of them have lost a significant amount of weight, and they've been held in dirty clothes for months. Dr. Abu Safiya requested to be examined by a doctor because of scabies and heart problems, but his request was ignored. He takes regular medication for high blood pressure, but he testified that he has not been examined by an IPS doctor since his arrest. He's remained in the same clothes since his arrest and did not receive a new set of clothes until the morning of his visit. 6 months have passed since the publishing of our report, which documented the arbitrary detention of more than 100 medical personnel from Gaza. Since the report's publication, our organization has visited more than 25 of them and gathered additional testimonies about ongoing physical violence, repeated cell raids, lack of food and medical treatment, and months of detention in dirty clothes. All detainees are currently being held without charge, some for more than a year, of course in violation of due process and in serious breach of the right to health of Gaza's population. Most moral army in the world, right? We demand the immediate release of all Palestinian healthcare workers detained unlawfully by Israel. Their detention serves no justice and directly undermines the right to health for the Palestinian population. It is imperative that the international community act to ensure their freedom, dignity, and ability to serve those in desperate need. Okay. Man, fuck Israel. I mean, just perpetrating the worst imaginable genocide and conditions on a civilian population. And then it's going to murder them on top of it. So we won't be remonetized for that last hour and change, I'm sure. So please support INN with a $5, $10, or however many dollar contribution, a tip over at ko-fi.com/IndieNewsNetwork. You got Cash App, $ Indie News Network. You got PayPal.me/IndieNewsNetwork. We're live over at IndieNewsNow.com, and you can actually get to the merch store over there too. There's a link at the top of navigation for merch. You can buy a shirt or a sticker or a beanie. Winter's coming up. Or over at Substack at IndieMediaToday.com, where we're live right now, or at INNNewsletter.com. The best people are hanging out here. So if you're able to, before we head out, support independent media, support these people. These people already did. I enjoy doing the show every Sunday night. I love you. I love you all, and I appreciate you all for putting up with me. And yeah, that was a long, ranting, depressing fuck Israel segment. I apologize. Lord, I apologize. But this is what's happening in the world, and we can't ignore it. There are too many outlets that just want to bury their head in the sand or only tell one part of the story, and we're not going to do that. I'm going to try to go to as many places as I can, bring as many trusted independent journalists, outlets, and opinions and perspective as we can, and we're going to keep doing this. So, all right, I don't have any of his goodbye, although I do have this. No, we just fucking lost the stream. Night, everyone. Love you.
I guess this isn't such an awful place. Is that what you